President Trump has signed the Memorandum of Understanding with Iran, whose president also signed the deal, taking effect immediately. It halts the war, starts the clock ticking on 60 days of talks aimed at hammering out a permanent agreement. The BBC's Thomas Morgan says Mr. Trump signed the MOU during a dinner at the ornate Palace of Versailles in France.
The two main lines for each leader have been agreed upon. For Mr. Trump, it was that Iran wouldn't be able to buy or produce a nuclear weapon. That is part of the text of the Memorandum of Understanding. And for Tehran, they wanted all military action to end, and that included the one between South Lebanon, where Hezbollah are fighting Israel, and that is also in the text. There are, however, some nuances and possibly discrepancies in the deal as well. It does say that economic sanctions on Iran will be lifted as long as they agree to their terms on the deal. However, it also says that they will get access to a $300 billion development fund.
Some congressional Democrats criticize the administration for keeping terms of the agreement under wraps. Republicans, including Senators Lindsey Graham and Rand Paul, applaud the agreement. Secretary of War Hegseth is calling out NATO allies for not doing more to provide for their own defense. Speaking in Brussels, Hegseth announcing a 6-month Pentagon review of American forces in Europe, and he calls it shameful that the European allies denied American forces access to bases during the Iran war. Tropical storm Arthur moving inland across southeast Texas, bringing torrential rains and potentially life-threatening floods to parts of Texas as well as Louisiana and Mississippi. On Wall Street this morning, the Dow futures 315 points higher. NASDAQ futures are up 487 points. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Advantage Gold, America's #1 precious metals company, is sounding the alarm that a storm is coming and that now is the time to diversify your portfolio before it's too late. That's why we're offering an emergency gold and silver protection kit valued at $49, absolutely free for anyone who calls today at 800-900-8000. This kit includes critical information for investors with a retirement account seeking to own physical gold and silver but want to do it tax and penalty free. Advantage Gold has helped investors protect and secure their wealth with physical gold and silver since 2014. Call Advantage Gold now at 800-900-8000 and we'll rush your emergency gold and silver kit plus a free copy of Ken Rogoff's book, Our Dollar, Your Problem. See how gold and silver can help you protect and secure your wealth with the help of Advantage Gold. Results vary. Consult your tax advisor before investing. Call 800-900-8000. That's 800-900-8000.
The UN is warning of an urgent hunger crisis that's expected to worsen across 13 global hotspots.
A new report says 266 million people are already facing high levels of acute food insecurity.
The highest level of concern, there is Sudan, South Sudan, Yemen, Palestine, Nigeria, and Somalia.
Jean-Martin Bauer with the World Food Program says conditions in the Gaza Strip have improved since last year's ceasefire, but the situation there remains fragile.
Every hotspot of highest concern is a place affected by conflict and violence. And conflict destroys livelihoods, it forces people to leave, it disrupts markets, damages infrastructure, and restricts humanitarian access.
The report says hunger risks are compounded by economic shocks, deep cuts to humanitarian funding, and the expected impact of an El Nino, which could bring droughts and floods. I'm Ed Donahue.
Find news and analysis at townhall.com. There are still good Samaritans among us. In this case, armed with a shovel and a sledgehammer, they rushed to the scene of a fiery Texas plane crash, helping free survivors from the wreckage. The dramatic scene unfolding this week along a highway in Laredo, Texas. A successful feline rescue mission with the cat nappers collared.
Police in Vietnam have seized 400 cats in a major bust of an animal theft ring. Animal welfare groups say the investigation saved hundreds of animals destined for the dinner table. In parts of Vietnam, felines are considered a delicacy. Media reports say an investigation into a large number of pet thefts led officials to the cat crime ring. 9 people have been arrested. Animal groups say more than 40 cats have been reunited with their owners. Jason Walker reporting.
More on these stories at townhall.com.
The Cats and Cosby Show.
It's the top news of the day.
People are out there saying, oh, the Iranians are never going to live by it. But let me tell you something. President Trump is going to bomb them again if they screw around.
Hopefully they live up to it. And if not, the pounding's coming. We're going to do it again and again and again.
The Cats and Cosby Show, weekdays 5 Eastern, 4 Central on the stations of the John Fredericks Media Network.
Trump is the toughest president we ever had.
Well, he's definitely the best bomber.
This is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Solti. We got a wonderful email from one of our customers up east named Joe, and here's what he had to say. I started taking Solti almost out of desperation with little hope because I was resigned to the futility that although I was up to taking 2 statins a day, high cholesterol was something I just had to learn to live with. In fact, when I turned 60, after taking a stress cardio test, my doctor called me on a Saturday, which of course is never a good sign, and told me that I was clogged more than 95% of the people my age. I had an angioplasty and a stent procedure done at that time. Today, my stubborn triglycerides are only 1/3 of what they had been before starting taking Solti. My prescription statin dosage has shrunk from 60 milligrams to only 10 milligrams a day. My primary care doctor that I have had for many years still can't believe the results, and neither can I. Thank you, Solti, for providing such a wonderful product. And folks, I want to invite you to take care of your heart also by going to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. Use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% discount on your initial shipment. Thanks so much.
1775 Coffee is giving away free starter kits. Try the dark or medium roast coffee with longevity blend, an infused blend with anti-aging calcium alpha-ketoglutarate, which has been clinically proven to reduce biological age. When you purchase the first 2 bags, you'll receive a free 1775 starter kit, including a third 16-ounce bag of coffee, a matte black tumbler, a frother, a gold scoop, or a reusable K-cup filter. Just order now at 1775coffee.com/Godzilla and claim your free 1775 starter kit while supplies last.
Wendy Bell.
Governor Gavin Newsom just passed legislation that would make it illegal for anyone conducting oversight to contest signatures that they deemed fraudulent. Why would you do that? We will not allow anybody to review our results. That sounds super fantastically democratic, where you would balk at sharing with the federal government, which you're required to do by law, your voter rolls. But it's not because we're hiding anything. Like, those are just right-wing MAGA conspiracy theories. It's so preposterous.
Wendy Bell, weeknights at 6 on the John Fredericks Media Network.
When you're learning something new, experience matters. At Lifestyles Unlimited, we've spent over 30 years teaching people how real estate investing works and how to build income with a clear, step-by-step strategy. Our program is designed to help you learn what to do, why it works, and how to take action at your own pace. Join today for just $297, a 60% savings off the regular price. Text radio to 88007. That's RADIO to 88007. Presented by Lifestyles Unlimited.
In 2008, the amount of concentrated time people could spend on a task without becoming distracted was 12 seconds. 5 years later, it was only 8 seconds, 1 second less than a goldfish. If you're often distracted or have trouble recalling information, you're likely to fall behind in the demanding, fast-paced 21st century. In other words, brain performance is more critical now than ever. Boost your brain power with Healthy Cells Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
Happy Thursday morning, listening family. Friday Eve, we're almost there. This is the John Fredericks Media Network. I'm Dan Hopgood. Good to be back. Time for a look at weather and sports. We'll start as we always do with where I am in the capital of the South, the River City, Richmond, Virginia. Going to be a hot one today. High of 96, possible storm this afternoon. A low tonight of 72, still stormy. Right now the temperature is 71 degrees. The Squirrels winners yesterday in Chesapeake 5-3. The two teams will face off again tonight at 6:35. Moving on to the nation's capital, where I was yesterday. Somehow the Royals won a game, beating the Nats 6-2. A high today in D.C. of 92 with possible storms. A low tonight of 70, still stormy. Right now, the temperature in Washington is 75 degrees. In Atlanta, you're going to see a high today of 82, sticking with the theme of storms. A low tonight of 70, still stormy. Right now, the temperature in Atlanta, 76 degrees. The Braves fell to San Francisco yesterday, 7-5. The two teams will face off again tonight at 7:15. Nashville, high today of 86. You guessed it, storms. A low of 68, and you guessed it, still stormy. Right now, the temperature in Middle Tennessee is 82 degrees. In the city of brotherly love, you're looking at a high today of 93 with, you guessed it, possible storms. A low tonight of 72, cloudy and breezy. Right now, the temperature in Philadelphia is 74. The Marlins throttled the Phils yesterday, 12-4. Well, Morgantown, West Virginia's baseball season comes to a most respectable end yesterday. You know, congrats, though, Mountaineers, on your best ever season. We'll get them next year. High today in Morgantown, 83 with possible storms. A low tonight of 62 and cloudy. Right now, the temperature is 72 and rainy in By God, West Virginia. And last but not least, in the 412, you're going to see a high today of 86 with some showers. A low tonight of 59, going to be cloudy. Right now, the temperature is 70 degrees. And stop the presses. The Buccos / Mega Maids go from suck to blowing past the A's yesterday in Sacramento, 12-4. Finally, the U.S. Open gets underway today at Shinnecock Hills. Hey, bringing you today's weather and sports update is the Godzilla Wins radio show for the best insight, analysis, and picks. Watch and listen to Godzilla Wins Saturday mornings from 9 to 11 all across the John Fredericks Media Network. Plus, to get John's daily sports picks, go to, you know what it is, GodzillaWins.com. Once again, that's GodzillaWins.com. This has been Dan Hobgood for the John Fredericks Media Network. Outside the Box with the Ox is next, followed by the one, the only, the John Fredericks Show. Stay tuned, everybody.
Have you seen the latest poll numbers?
Okay, so...
The Minneapolis Star-Tribune, Carol Evan, Hubbard School of Journalism, and this, that, and the other thing finds 41% of Minnesotans approve of Donald Trump's job performance as president. 56% disapprove. 39% of Minnesotans approve of Governor Walz's job performance. 53% disapprove. For the first time, Tim Walz's negative approval rating tops 50%. As a decades-long political analyst and daily digester and processor of Minnesota political news, I'm not positive exactly what he did recently to fall out of favor. And it's the disapproval numbers that campaigns and their contributors focus on more than approval numbers. Uh-oh. First of all, neither Trump nor Walz are up for re-election ever, so no biggie. But it portends a greater opinion trend that we've had it with Republicans and Democrats, says some analysts. Okay, is it finally time for a third party? One that stands for public safety, racial equality, sensible abortion policies, no boys and girls locker rooms, or in their sports, proof of citizenship for voting, a balanced budget, and affordable health insurance.
Their lobbyists, their special interests, and their donors will start calling.
Thinking outside the box? None of this matters. Who we really want to rule our lives is the person who's the best looking, most articulate, independently wealthy, so we don't have to contribute to their campaign, who hasn't made any political votes or decisions on which to be judged.
Take one good guess. Bob Hope. No, that guy was Mitch Kumstein.
Here outside the box with the Ox in the Eastern Time Zone and now in West Virginia on the John Fredericks Media Network.
John Fredericks.
It is the most egregious thing I've seen in a lifetime.
President Trump.
The whole thing is ridiculous.
When politics start getting wild.
They want to have every single thing that you don't want. Raise taxes, men and women's sports. They're going to open up their border.
Trump hits the speed dial.
Thank you for calling in on such short notice.
You came first, John.
Wake up with the John Fredericks Show weekday morning, 6 Eastern, 5 Central on JFMN.TV, the massive J-Fred radio network, and all across the socials.
You came first, John. Thank you very much, and you do a great job.
Right now, download the new WV Sports Nation app from the Apple Store or Google Play and get the entire Mountaineer sports world in the palm of your hand. Right now, get notified when new stories drop about your favorite Mountaineers teams and athletes. Download the WV Sports Nation app right now. Get updates on next level Mountaineers like Weatherholt and Joe Mazzulla. All that and more right in your pocket right now. Download the new WV Sports Nation app from the Apple Store or Google Play. Download the app right now.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's the John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man about whom Sean Connery once said, "Now that's a cool cat," John Fredericks.
Well, it's great to have you in the John Fredericks Media Network and all the John Fredericks apps. Thanks for joining us today. It is Thursday. It means it's DC Dispatch Day. Ladies will be piling in here about 8:30. So we got a great show for you today, as always, plus your calls. Remember, this is your community. This is what Ann and I created, your voice across the country. So thanks for being with us. We prioritize our callers, and the call-in line, 888-480-JOHN, 888-480-5646. Dan loves to talk to you, especially got to call him the next 2 days because he's going on vacation. And so Michael Coleman will be sitting in the batter's box there in the captain's chair all week. So hope he gets a lot of sleep. Hope there's no, midnight Pirates games coming up again on the West Coast while Dan is on vacation. Meantime, Dan in the Washington studio yesterday. Dan, I got to tell you, I didn't hear your Astros update today. They beat the Tigers. I kind of skipped over that.
Oh, I should have included that. Oh my goodness, yes. Well, congrats to the Stros.
Was doing Astro update every day. I was kind of waiting for that, and and then we get the soccer or something, and it's like what tennis and like what's the what do we chop liver? I mean, we did win the series, even though we beat the team with the worst record in the major leagues, the Tigers. Anyway, Dan, listen, I love your openings. There's so much energy. You're doing a super job.
Thanks so much.
It's the way to get up in the morning when Dan gets on, and he's he's vigorous and energetic. And, look, I mean, it's 6 a.m. morning drive, right? So you got to get it going. Dan also came up here and how should I put this? He was, I got to find the right word here. I want to make it politically correct. Okay, I'm going to go soft here. He was perplexed at the disorganization. How's that? Is that as nice as I can take it? I could be honest and say he came in here and looked around and was appalled.
And, we're gonna get it all straightened up, though.
You have got to tell Terry Gilberg that you were the one. She complains when she comes in here every time.
Oh, okay. Oh, does she? Okay.
Mess. And she wants me to clean it up. And
it's about a third of the way done. You got back after you had to run an errand yesterday. You sort of left me in the studio. Said I'm going to try to work on things for an hour, and I got about a third of the way. Well, even there, you walked back in. You're like, "Whoa, what happened?" And I'm like, "Oh, I'm not done. I'm not done."
We'll get you back after vacation.
That's right. Yeah.
So we're looking forward to that. All right, folks. Look, we got a lot to go over today. I'm going to go right down the line. We're going to start with the. We're going to start with the Iranian deal. Okay? It is unbelievable the negative press this deal is getting. I want you to look back and say, where were they before Trump bombed them? Where were they before the war? They were close to a nuclear weapon. Now they're not. They had a Navy. Now they don't. They had some semblance of air defenses. Now they have none. They had an Air Force. Now they don't. What were the objectives? Look, they're fighting for their lives over there. The objectives were met. I don't understand the hysteria over this deal. How are they better off? They can't deploy a nuclear weapon. Now, the criticism is coming and say, the cost of war was not worth it. The cost of war was so that they could not deploy a nuclear warhead. That was the cost of war. Period. I mean, these people are unbelievable. If we had done nothing, zero, they would have been that much closer to deploying a nuclear arsenal. We decided we couldn't live that way. So we took out their ability to do that. And like Trump said yesterday, if they start doing it again, I'll bomb them again. I mean, I don't know what it is that people want. The straits are being opened now. Gas is dropping. Okay, we're letting them sell their, somebody criticizes it, well, we're letting them sell their oil. Well, it's their oil. We blockaded it so they couldn't sell it. I mean, what do you want to blockade them for life? It's their oil. Well, you know, they're getting their $24 billion back. We're giving them $24 billion. No, see, that's their money that we froze and put sanctions on them. If they behave, we lift the sanctions. Simple. And the money is not giving them, it's not released Monday or Friday afternoon when this is signed. It's released over time as they comply with the touch points of the treaty. Well, they're getting $300 billion. No, they're not. $300 billion is not taxpayer money. Obama's $2 billion came out of our treasury. That was our money that he sent there on pallets. They targeted a $300 billion investment from other countries and private developers that want to invest in their country and make money. You can't stop people from investing when you have a treaty. So maybe they want to build a hotel. Maybe they want to, I don't know. We're not giving them reconstruction money. We're not saying, hey, we cost you $300 billion. We're going to add to the deficit and send you a check. This thing is so misrepresented by the fake news. So it's, and the criticism is coming from both sides. Of course, the left is apoplectic, saying it was the worst deal that's ever been made and the cost of war was too high and, you know, they're better than they were. How are they better than they were? Their proxies are done. They have no money. How are they better than they're done? They have no Navy. They have nothing. And basically now we understand what is going on in the Strait. So how are they better off? They were wiped out. And they can't leverage or blackmail anybody with the fact that they have a nuclear weapon. So I really don't understand. And then the criticism on our side, and I got a lot of clips here that I could run. I'm going to get to those as we go forward. But then the criticism on our side, everybody just on the right just going crazy over this deal like it was the worst deal ever. And Iran won the war and they out-negotiated us. How'd they win the war? They don't have anything. Explain to me in rational terms how they are better off today than they were when Trump first went in there. Well, they're not. I'm sorry, Ben Shapiro. I'm sorry, Mark Levin. I'm sorry, Ted Cruz. I'm sorry that you wanted us to invade them in a 10-year war to get regime change. Now, those that criticized President Trump who said no more wars, well, that's why he negotiated this treaty, so we don't have more wars. I think this was done perfectly. I don't understand the hyperbole that's going on here. Nobody ever said, he never said from the first day, and I was there in that press briefing when Caroline outlined it. They never said on the first day, regime change is our goal. In fact, they said the opposite. We don't care who runs it. That is up to the Iranian people to figure out. We are not going to influence that. We're going to make sure they can't deploy a nuclear weapon. Now let's get to ballistic missiles. Oh my God, they can keep their missiles. Oh my God, they have, oh my God. Okay, breathe. Did they have the ballistic missiles before the war? Yes or no? Yes. So let's see. The Democrats wanted no war, which they had ballistic missiles and the ability to deploy a nuclear warhead with them. The war is over, ostensibly. They have some ballistic missiles left, some we destroyed. They have a smaller arsenal. But they can't deploy a nuclear weapon because we wiped that capability out. So let me get this straight. You want to screw the deal because they get to keep armaments they already had. I mean, they can't disarm. Nobody is going to disarm. It's an insane position. I just want you to think of this logically. They had ballistic missiles when we went in. We took out, some say, about half. They get to keep the other half. If we didn't go in, they'd have had double what they have. So the Democrats can't have it both ways. This is a war of choice. Oh my God, they can keep the ballistic missiles. Well, they had them anyway. I mean, the hysteria that is going on, this country's gone nuts with this hysteria over this war. I've never seen anything like it, both sides. You know what, Shapiro? I got a news flash for you. I got an idea. If you want regime change, I got an idea. Why don't you go enlist in the IDF? Give up your money, give up your show, give up your nonsense, give up your clickbait. Why don't you get on an IDF uniform, go to Israel, get a gun on your shoulder, and go get regime change? Why don't you do that? Or why don't you send your family and your kids and your nieces and nephews and cousins? Why don't you send the whole Shapiro family there? Same with Levin. Go ahead. Send them. Send your grandkids, whatever you got. Send them. They can all go to Israel and they can all sign up with the IDF. That's all you have to do. Go ahead and do it. But see, you're not going to do it because you want us to do it. And quite frankly, we're done with the whole thing. Okay, we're done. So the hysteria that we're getting, the hysteria is absolutely incredible. And I don't really understand where it's coming from. I think that as far as I can see, I think the president's deal makes sense. And gas prices are going to drop immediately, not in a month, not in 6 months. Oh, they say, it's going to take months. No, it's going to take about a week. See, when it gets back to it, folks, what it gets back to one simple thing. This is just how easy it is. It gets back to one simple thing. Democrats want gas at $5. If they get gas at $5, they win the midterms. That's it. So they want gas at $5. That's why Shapiro won't take off the $1 gas tax for 6 months like the state Senate has asked him to do. Because he wants gas prices high so people can suffer, so then they can vote for the libtards, which will make it higher because they'll not let you get any energy. This is the other insane thing. Vote for me, I'm a libtard. I'm a Democrat. I'm going to bring your gas prices down. Really? You don't want to drill. You don't want energy. You don't want any of the fracking. You don't want natural gas. You don't want coal. So how are you going to make energy prices go down? They're going to go up. You want all these regulations on electricity so your utility bills goes up, but yet you're going to make my life more affordable by doing exactly what? There's only so much money from the billionaires that you can take. And then they run out of money too. And then there's nothing. It's so insane. What I'm dealing with every day, and you deal with here in D.C., it's incredible. When the D.C. Dispatch comes on, the election results were nuts here. I mean, this city has nominated the most left-wing. It's basically the Communist Party USA. Janice Lewis George is a communist crackpot. It's going to be the mayor. The people in council have moved far left. There's not a business person on there. And we have no fight. We don't even have a message. The only message in this campaign, quite frankly, ladies and gentlemen, was me and you. That's it. No message. Zero. Yeah, but they'll go to their meetings. Unfriggin' believable. And this is what we're up against. So we got to fight back. I support this treaty. I support the deal. I support what Trump did. And I think it's fair. The objective was never to wipe the Persians off the face of the earth. They've been here for 3,000 years. That was never the goal. The goal was one thing. You cannot have a nuclear weapon. And they don't. And they can't. Mission accomplished. That's it. And we have enough things they have to do. If other countries and private entities want to invest in Iran, and we have lifted the sanctions to allow them to do that, well, good luck. Maybe it'll make a difference for the Iranian people. I don't see how this is a bad thing. I mean, Trump wanted to invest billions of private money into the Gaza Strip. They got criticized for that. People want to invest and try to make money and make things better. What's wrong with that? You know, I hope the Iranian people have enough food to eat, enough water to drink, and enough electricity. But like, we can't solve China either. We can't solve the Uyghurs either. We can't solve what's going on in these states in Africa. There's a lot of people suffering in bad regimes. We can't go around and end every single one of them. Where it affects us, we do. The hysteria is beyond the pale, both sides. You want truth and clarity, you get it right here. You're on the John Fredericks Media Network, trucking truth across America.
Ponder this. I've recently noticed that the way a person drives may have a direct correlation to their personality. I'm pretty confident that most of you have witnessed this as well. We see courteous drivers. These are people who allow others to change lanes when safety permits. Courteous drivers usually use their turn signals to gesture to others their intentions. They stop at red lights and pay attention when waiting for a red light to go green. There are other drivers who are not so courteous, even aggressive, and get defensive when others try to change lanes. These drivers tend to get angry at others to the point of road rage. What does your driving signal to others? Do you show love and kindness to fellow drivers as the Lord would want you to do? Or do you lose control and take your anger out on others? We are called to be charitable to others even when they don't extend charity to us. I'm Susie Kelly, and I am passionately Catholic.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendment, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
What if you had a plan to build income outside your job? At Lifestyles Unlimited, you'll learn how people are investing in real estate to grow their income and make smarter financial choices one property at a time. Right now, join us for just $297. That's a savings of $443 off our real estate education program. Text RADIO to 88007. That's RADIO to 88007. Presented by Lifestyles Unlimited.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
1775 Coffee is giving away free starter kits. Try the dark or medium roast coffee with longevity blend, an infused blend with anti-aging supplements clinically proven to reduce biological age. When you purchase the first 2 bags, you'll receive a free 1775 starter kit, including a third 16-ounce bag of coffee, a matte black tumbler, a frother, a gold scoop, or a reusable K-cup filter. Just order now at 1775coffee.com/Godzilla and claim your free 1775 starter kit while supplies last.
The Cats and Cosby Show.
It's the top news of the day.
People are out there saying, oh, the Iranians are never going to live by it. But let me tell you something. President Trump is going to bomb them again if they screw around.
Hopefully they live up to it. And if not, the pounding's coming. We're going to do it again and again and again.
The Cats and Cosby Show, weekdays 5 Eastern, 4 Central on the stations of the John Fredericks Media Network.
Trump is the toughest president we ever had.
Well, he's definitely the best bomber.
What happened was that second game, we got our ass kicked, or the second half. We just got our ass totally kicked. We couldn't do diddly poo offensively. We couldn't make a first down. We couldn't run the ball. We didn't try to run the ball. We couldn't complete a pass. We sucked. The second half, we sucked. We couldn't stop the run. Every time they got the ball, they went down and got points. We got our ass totally kicked in the second half. That's what it boiled down to. It was a horse performance in the second half. Horse. I'm totally embarrassed and totally ashamed. Coaching did a horrible job. The players did a horrible job. We got our ass kicked in that second half. It sucked. It stunk.
He's the voice of Virginia.
No, you can't. You have one of the worst voices I've ever heard in my life.
And the commander of common sense.
Fire at will, Commander.
Now back to the John Fredericks Show.
Well, you got him. Great to have you with us. So you got my take on Iran. I don't know what the hysteria is. It's phony. It's laughable. Okay, we have a great deal. We're getting out of this war. Gas prices are going to go down. We're going to win the midterms. Just stay the course, right? Stay the course. It is unbelievable what we've seen in the last day about this deal. The Democrats hate it because they know it's going to be successful and they're going to lose. The right on the Republicans hate it because they get clicks by criticizing the president, and we have our set of warmongers, neither of which are MAGA. So Trump did the right thing. The objective was met. 888-480-JOHN. Now, let's get to Georgia. Let's be candid, okay? So Brian Kemp has a special session that he calls. The purpose of the special session in Georgia, for you Kemp haters out there, he called it for one reason: to get new maps for 2028 that would eliminate 2 Democrat seats, which were racially gerrymandered. So when the new maps come for 28, he didn't want to do it in 26. I criticized him for that, but he said, look, he's going to do it in 28. He called a session. He wants new maps. The Speaker of the Georgia House, John Burns, has a press conference yesterday and says, we're not going to entertain new maps for 28. Why? Well, we need more information. We need more public input. We need more detail. We need more fact-checking. We need more information. We need more hearings. We need more of this. We need more of that. And we're not going to do it. And we're not going to eliminate the African-American gerrymandered racial districts, even though they're illegal. We're not going to do that right now. So I don't even know why they're having this special session. So let me get this straight. Kemp calls the session to get Georgia maps in compliance with the Supreme Court ruling. We could have done it for 26 and gained those two seats. Brian Kemp wouldn't do it. We criticized him heartily. Already had an election, it was too close, whatever. But fine, they're going to go 28, and we're going to get them done now. So there's no doubt. So you leave no doubt. Then the Republicans, the Republican leadership in the House of Representatives in the Georgia legislature, led by John Rhino Burns, says, no, we're not going to do that. We're going to leave them in place. Maybe we'll look at it at another time. Okay. Then people are saying, well, he did it because he doesn't want to fire up the Democrat base. What? They're already fired up. They already hate Trump. They're as fired up as you're ever going to be. Well, we need to wait and keep things as they are. With Republicans like John Burns, who needs the Democrats? Why don't you just change your name from R to D? Oh, and he's heralded in the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. What a great statesman. The statesman of our time, John Burns. Politico. What a marvelous... These are the type of leaders that Republicans need. Leaders that have vision, that see the bigger picture. Yeah, because they get 2 seats. New York Times, John Burns, the new icon of the Republicans in our time. No, cave, weasel, clown, spineless, jellyfish, no backbone, rhino. This is what we have to get rid of. I mean, you work so hard to get Republicans in, and then you get this. Like, I asked myself the other day when this came out, why am I in Atlanta? Why am I there? What is the point of me even being there? I mean, when Republicans act like Democrats and Democrats act like communists, why am I there? Why is anybody there? That thing is such a mess. I got that yesterday. I could not believe it. And then I got people telling me, well, John, you're not seeing this the right way because, Burns, he really doesn't want to fire up the Democrat base and, we got to win this. Look, you're not going to beat Ossoff, okay? So forget that. You got no shot. I told you that from day one. Collins is not electable. And I just be honest. I hope he wins. I vote for him. I was there. No doubt about it. I put a sign up in my yard. But he was, of all the candidates that ran, he was the worst we could have put up. The guy's just not likable. And Ossoff is. And that matters in politics. And we'll see what happens. I hope I'm wrong. Governor Jackson winning a landslide. Landslide. So at least we'll get that. And maybe Collins will win, but the Democrats are going to try to hold that seat. We'll see what happens. But what a joke. What a joke this guy Burns is in Georgia. What an absolute clown. But this is what we're dealing with on a daily basis. People like this in Georgia. I'm just beside myself. And for those Kemp haters out there, Kemp did the right thing. Okay? Kemp did the absolute right thing. I call it truth and clarity. He did the right thing in calling the special session to get new maps. He didn't want to do it in 26. I didn't like that decision, nor do I like Tate Reeves' decision in Mississippi. I understand it. I don't like it. There was a logic to it, so I didn't go ballistic like I am now. There is no logic to this. And I had a guy text me yesterday, say, well, John, you're really off base here because, Burns, he wants to wait until January in the regular session and then we can do it. He doesn't want to fire their base up because he'll be mad because they lost 2 seats. Really? What guarantee do you have that they will change the maps in January? 0. That is just a ploy. They'll never change them. Because now is the time to change it. Get it out there, get the map set, vote on it, and it's done. And the Democrats are going to do what the Democrats do. They are fired up anyway. So now you're going to kick the can down the road, and I'm supposed to take a maybe. Well, maybe they'll do it in January, John. it makes more sense. Maybe they'll do it in January. No, they won't. If they didn't do it in June, they're not going to do it in January. So 2 seats that should be Republican in 28 are now gone. Because the leadership in the Republican Party in Georgia are a bunch of feckless weasels. It is simple as that. Feckless weasels with no courage. No personal courage and no courage of conviction. DeSantis, courage of conviction. Ivey, courage of conviction. Landry, Louisiana, courage and conviction. These guys, neither. And look, the fight never ends. I mean, you look at how the Democrats have rallied around this nutbag, Graham Plattner. It is unbelievable. This guy's got to be the worst candidate they've ever put up. He's a horrible human being. And he's nuts. And yet they rally around him because they don't care. They don't care what he does. As long as they can get another vote in the Senate, in their conference, they don't care. And the fake news is all over it. I told you this for months. This is going to be the worst next 5 months of your clickbait life and your fake news life, because they are in overdrive every day. Every site that I go to, everything that I go to for information, everyone, every day, 10 negative stories on Trump is how I start my day. Politico, The Hill, Wall Street Journal, New York Times. You go right down the line. Every single one of them. First 10 stories. Trump sucks. Your life is horrible. You lead a wretched existence. All 10. Any site, it doesn't matter. That's where you try to get your news and information. And so we've got to fight back. And it starts, look, I'm doing it in Washington, D.C. We had a great event on Tuesday night, a great victory. This is where it starts. We got a toehold. And we're going to dig a trench. And that's how it starts. You dig a trench and you put your people in it. And it starts there. And so I know you're fighters. If you're tuned in with me, we've got to fight. And it's not nonsense fighting, okay? Lace them up and lace them tight. Not nonsense. There's posses here. You got to get out and do something. Posses are fine at CPAC, rallying around a media booth. Doesn't do squat. Got to get involved from the bottom up. And they want you to get discouraged. If you're in Georgia right now and you're tuning me in Atlanta and any of our stations there, and you live there, John Burns wants to discourage you. John Burns doesn't want you to join your party. John Burns doesn't want more precinct captains or committee people. John Burns doesn't want you to join the party. John Burns wants you to be discouraged and walk away so they can manage their little power fiefdom base. That's all they care about is their own power. And what the New York Times is saying about them. They're scared to death. They're scared of their own shadow. Courage of conviction. One man with courage has a majority. One. John Burns obviously is not the guy for that. So 888-480-JOHN. Let's go to a couple clips here. I'm going to get to cut one. Here's Senator Schmidt talking about the deal with Iran. Roll it.
Go with more reaction is Missouri Senator Eric Schmidt. By the way, maybe the best congressional baseball game catch in the history of the game. Congratulations. Great job. Thank you. Let's get your take on all of this through the prism of they will never in a 5-8 month period of time, year or two, have any odds of ever getting a nuclear weapon. The president's number one priority. The president telling me directly, telling the American people directly, he will rain hell down on them if they try. So at that point in time, what is the downside in giving this an opportunity?
There isn't. And I think this, again, dealing from a position of strength and clarity. President of the United States, President Trump, was very clear from the get-go what the mission here was, which was to ensure that Iran would never have a nuclear weapon. They have no ability to do that, and they're signing on the dotted line now, Sean, for the first time that they're not going to do that, and we don't need to trust them. We just need to verify that, right? So effectively, President knocked out their military capability. Their Navy's at the bottom of the sea. They have no air defense. Their nuclear program is in shambles. It's nowhere near ever being started up again. And we can always go back and mow the lawn if necessary because we've got eyes on it. So the president's provided now, through all of that action, space for diplomacy. That has always been his North Star. You know that in any situation. And he's got it right now. So there's always more things to do. We need to make sure, obviously, we're verifying all of this. But the president's pulled off something here that most experts 6 months ago wouldn't have thought were possible. And I think it's good for the American people.
You know, it's really insane after all Donald Trump has done, beating the Caliphate, Soleimani, Baghdadi, Midnight Hammer, Epic Fury. I don't know why people would doubt for a second that he means what he says, that he has no problem going back in and finishing it. What I was told internally is the Iranians, even the people that have been negotiating with our side, after he hit him hard twice last week and then threatened to hit him harder the next night and threatened maybe to take Kharg Island, they were begging to just sign any dotted line and get this moving forward. That apparently was a sore point for them.
Well, they're at their weakest point in 50 years. I mean, that's the truth. And anything that's going to happen here now is performance-based. You want to talk about this compared to Obama's disastrous deal where everything was front-loaded and kind of created a path to a nuclear weapon. This is just the opposite. You've got the master deal maker here who used the leverage that he has, who still has that leverage as president moving forward to make sure that they're not going to secure a nuclear weapon. That has been the goal all along. And so while the Democrats, I hear them talking about it on Capitol Hill today, we're really rooting for America to lose. That's the truth. We're rooting for America to win here. The president's been very successful in fulfilling his promise that they're not going to get a nuclear weapon. It would be incredibly destabilizing, not just for the region, but for the world if that happened. And now the president has a memorandum of understanding that's going to continue to be negotiated to make sure it doesn't happen.
Okay. That was probably the best clip that we had on exactly what is going on here. The anti-hysteria clip about what Trump has done. I'm going to read a text here I got from Jamie in Richmond, Virginia. Jamie says, "Good morning, John. I'm not able to call in because I'm at work, but I wanted to comment on Iran." He says, "I'm not critical, but I'm concerned. The only hand Iran really has left to play is to try to neuter Trump at the midterms. I actually think, given the circumstances, Trump has played this masterfully up to this point. We've got our boots on the IRGC's neck right now. My fear is that allowing them to move their oil will give them the breathing room they need to bide their time until a few weeks before the midterms, at which time they'll start taking pot shots at ships in the Strait again and send gas prices soaring. But I'm sure Trump is aware of this possibility and has factored it in. I voted for him to make the tough decisions, which doesn't always mean doing things that I would necessarily do them. Have a great day, John." Jamie in Richmond, Virginia. Jamie, look, I mean, I get the concern, right? And we can't stop them from existing, okay? Everybody wants to stop them from existing. Well, we're not going to do that. We're not going to stop them from existence. So, okay, we're going to let up the blockade on their oil. Well, we put the blockade on their oil because they closed and created havoc in the straits. So now the straits are open. So you can't just blockade their oil and starve their country for life. You just can't do that because that's part of the deal of the peace treaty. All of these things that we're saying, oh, we're giving them their oil. Well, what's their oil? Well, we're giving them their $24 billion. What's their money? Well, we're letting people invest in Iran. Okay, invest. Don't invest. Do whatever you want. Like Trump said, not a dime of our money. Some American company feels like building, a hotel resort there. They can make a deal with the country and get people to come and make money. I wouldn't go. That's their business. That's why they're private companies. They have boards of directors. And, if Saudi Arabia or Qatar or one other, they want to invest money in there to help them out, fine. It's good for the people. Not a bad thing. But it's not our money. So, I mean, I don't understand the hysteria. It's like you don't want us to police the world, but then you want us to police the world. You can't have it both ways. I'm focused on two things. Can they deploy a nuclear warhead? No. Yay. Will gas prices come down? Yes. Yay. Done. Next. Because look, I am seeing this with truth and clarity. The Democrats have campaigned for 4 months on one thing, because the affordability thing, although it is affecting everybody, they have no plan for this. You got to understand, there's no plan. It's not a hoax, it's real, prices are up, but they have no plan other than to take Bezos' money and give it to somebody. They have no plan. Everything they want to do will raise your costs. So that's why the whole thing is ridiculous. And you saw it play out in Virginia. Prices are, everything is up in Virginia. There was no affordability. It was a game they played. And they gamed Virginians, and now you're stuck with her, and like, good luck. Glad I got the hell out. They campaigned on gas prices. That is what they based their midterms on. And gas prices are going to plummet. Somebody was driving back somewhere. They think Dan or somebody was driving back somewhere and said they got gas yesterday for $3.29. $3.29. By the middle of the summer, gas will be significantly under $3, $2.89 across the country, $2.79, $2.69, $2.59. You get to September, what on earth do the Democrats have to run on? Other than Trump sucks. Orange man bad. We hate him. What do they have to run on? What, let's elect us so we can raise your rates on everything, get rid of the energy, gas prices go back up, and we can spend the next 2 years impeaching everybody. Okay, that's going to get them, whatever percent of the communists that vote for them, that's it. Average people are not voting for this. So that's why we're going to win the midterms when gas prices are $2.59. And it is coming. That's why I'm in favor of this deal. Amy Wilmington, line 1 in Delaware. Amy, you're live.
A couple of things on Iran. This is an MOU, not a treaty. And I think before a formal treaty is signed, I see no reason, since we supposedly won the war here, that, the gifts go to the victor, that we should take, we're going to give them the money as they accomplish different things that have been negotiated. But I think we should take the cost of this war off the top and reimburse the Treasury or Department of Defense with that money. Number 2, the price of gas may not go down as quickly as you think for a reason that's kind of unique to the United States. The timing is bad here. This is the time of year, July, coming up on July, when refineries across the United States close down to switch from gas to heating oil production, or cut back on gas production to do heating oil production. Now, this is not the big thing it was 20 years ago, because people are getting away from oil and going to gas, or some are going to electric. But that will back up the crude oil coming into the pipeline to the refinery. So unless the oil companies agree to delay the time of the switchover to August or September, then that's the annual backup we have every year. And there's a point in the middle of the summer where gas in some parts of the country goes up a little bit, 4 or 5 cents a gallon in the middle of the summer because of this switch over to.
All right, Amy, I got to go.
heating
Running out of
oil.
time. Top of the hour. I appreciate your perspective, Amy. As always, Amy in Delaware. Your calls want to get back. 888-480-JOHN. Stay with us.
Breaking news this hour from Town Hall. I'm Rich Thomason. Secretary of War Hegseth not sugarcoating his remarks to the NATO allies. Speaking today in Brussels, he's criticizing some European countries who he says are not doing enough to provide for their own defense and are instead relying on the United States.
Many countries following through, some that still need to do more, and we will be candid about that, both in private and in public. I think that's important. Friends being honest with friends.
Hegseth announcing a 6-month Pentagon review of American forces in Europe, and he calls it shameful that European allies denied American forces access to bases during the conflict with Iran. Labeled a Memorandum of Understanding, correspondent Andrew Stewart says a document has been signed by the presidents of the United States and Iran.
The agreement would open the Strait of Hormuz toll-free for 2 months. The accord would also affirm a commitment to Lebanon's territorial integrity. This in the face of Israel's action against the terrorist group Hezbollah. Both the U.S. and Iranian presidents have signed the deal.
Which also states that Iran may not purchase or produce nuclear weapons. For Tehran, it gets an end of all military action, including in Lebanon, and Iran is granted access to a $300 billion development fund. As Russia launches more overnight attacks on Ukraine, Ukraine strikes back, hitting a Moscow oil refinery with drones, attacking that refinery for the second time in a week. New York City celebrates the NBA champion New York Knicks with a big ticker tape parade today. Millions expected to turn out for what's expected to be one of the biggest parades ever in the Big Apple. Watching Wall Street this morning, stock futures in positive territory so far. The Dow futures up 224 points. NASDAQ futures 439 points higher. More on these stories, townhall.com.
The following is a real-life story from Trinity Debt Management.
When I was feeling the stress of too much credit card debt, I looked at 2 different options, debt settlement and debt management. They may sound the same, but guess what? They're not. Debt settlement seemed like a quick fix, but I found out it would destroy my credit, create tax headaches, and hit me with huge fees. They actually told me to stop paying my bills. No way, not me. Then I turned to a debt management plan developed by the team at Trinity. They worked with my creditors, lowered my payments, reduced my interest, saved me thousands, and paid off my debt. And Trinity is a Christian company, which is important to me.
If credit card debt has you down, call Trinity at 1-800-990-6976.
My name is Heather. Please forget debt settlement and remember Trinity Debt Management.
1-800-990-6976.
These 2 European neighbors haven't always been friends, but the times, they are a-changin'.
The new defence agreement puts aside Germany and Poland's complicated past to strengthen European military cooperation at a time of heightened tension with Russia and growing uncertainty over US engagement in Europe. Germany is seeking partners as it moves to revitalise its military, the Bundeswehr, after decades of neglect, with ambitions to build the strongest conventional army on NATO's European side, an effort that could make it a central pillar of European defence in the years ahead, while Poland's importance as a logistic hub for Ukraine, alongside its growing economy and heavy defence investment, has made it a compelling partner for Germany and other core European countries. I'm Charles Ledesma.
Keir Starmer's future as British Prime Minister is on the line. A special election in northwest England today. Voters choosing a new lawmaker with Andy Burnham of Labour as a leading contender. News and analysis, townhall.com. If a presidential library is on your bucket list, you have a number of them to choose from.
Franklin Roosevelt helped launch the modern system of presidential libraries in the late 1930s.
A network of museums and research facilities has since grown nationwide. Historian Douglas Brigley calls them vital hubs for lectures and research. Presidential libraries often reflect a leader's personality and legacy. Settings for presidential libraries range from small towns such as Herbert Hoover's in West Branch, Iowa, to big cities like George W. Bush's in Dallas, Texas, and the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library in Simi Valley, California. Barack Obama's library opens to the public Friday in Chicago. Keith Peters, Washington.
Former President Obama's library dedication includes Bruce Springsteen and Stevie Wonder on the guest list, along with former presidents George W. Bush and Bill Clinton. More on these stories, townhall.com.
It's finally here, our second annual mega sale. This sale only comes around once a year, so take advantage of the best offers ever while you can. For example, save 50% on our Giza Dream bed sheets, as low as $29.98. And for the first time ever on TV, MyPillow mattresses and MyPillow mattress toppers, as low as $99.98. And you save 50% on our Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets, regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And our best-selling standard MyPillows, regular $49.98, on sale for $17.98. Wait on it, mega sale only $14.98. But wait, there's more. To make the mega sale even more special, when you order right now, your order's going to ship absolutely free.
To take advantage of the second annual mega sale, go to MyPillow.com or call 800-854-0504 and use promo code Godzilla.
1775 Coffee is giving away free starter kits. Try the dark or medium roast coffee with longevity blend, an infused blend with anti-aging calcium alpha-ketoglutarate, which has been clinically proven to reduce biological age. When you purchase the first 2 bags, you'll receive a free 1775 starter kit, including a third 16-ounce bag of coffee, a matte black tumbler, a frother, a gold scoop, or a reusable K-cup filter. Just order now at 1775coffee.com/Godzilla and claim your free 1775 starter kit while supplies last.
All right, folks, I need you to do something right now. Go to johnfredericksradio.com and take our brand new 2028 Republican presidential straw poll. Who do you want leading the ticket? Don't let the elites decide. Make your voice heard. While you're there, weigh in on 2 huge issues: eminent domain reform and President Trump's tariff policies. Are they protecting American workers or hurting growth? This is your movement, your vote, your voice, your choice. Go to johnfredericksradio.com right now and take the poll.
The Trump administration has brought positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. If we really want to make America healthy again, well, that starts at home. And that's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from the Wellness Company doctors all the time, and you know their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy, giving you the opportunity to make sure you're prepared for whatever happens with their prescription medical kits. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products, from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more. Make America healthy again starts at home. Do your part and protect the health of you and your family. Live a healthier, longer, and more satisfying life. Go to twc.health/Godzilla and order. That's twc.health/Godzilla. Use promo code Godzilla to save 10% today.
Hey folks, Al Green here for SatPhone. When you're on the go, you want to know you're connected. If it's a family vacation or an off-the-grid escape to a remote destination, having reliable communication helps you feel safe and secure. You can't afford to find yourself in a dead zone. That's why you need SatPhone. SatPhones are reliable, durable, and give you global coverage. If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your SatPhone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are a $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your SatPhone. Call now.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's the John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee,
Sit back and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who always says to lace them up and lace them tight, John Fredericks.
No, it's great to have you back. Hey, great victory on Tuesday night in my campaign. I want to thank all of my supporters and our donors and those that helped this campaign. We had a smashing victory. We got a toehold now in D.C. in the biggest, most influential ward there, and we got a message, and it resonated. And so I want to thank everybody for that huge victory. And basically now we're just going to build from here, and we need change. Change is coming. We need change. And I'm done. I'm done with these rhinos. I'm done with this establishment. I'm done with the people that don't want to do anything. And we've been fighting this forever. We're right at the cusp. And now we got to close the deal, right? We got a toehold here. And that's all it takes. You get a toehold. Now we're putting in a trench. We're building a trench. And once we do that, then you got to come and get us. And then we're going to expand from there. So we've got a message. It's resonating. We're growing. And people are starting to come on board. The victory party we had, which we're going to cut up some of those clips. I've been so busy this week. Mike and I and Papish haven't been able to do that. But as soon as we get to it, you'll be able to see someone who was really, really great. So thank you. We've got Elaine Parker here. This segment brought to you by The Wellness Company. Go to twc.health, twc.health/Godzilla. If you don't have your emergency kit for your family, just ask yourself why. Why haven't you taken the time to do this? Because I never get sick. Because when I feel sick, right here, baby, my contagion kit, my medical emergency kit, I travel with them. They're on the bus wherever I go. Just get that sore throat, right? You know what's happening, right? You get something going on. You say, okay, here it comes, right? And then you wait. And then 3 days later, you're sick in bed and you're losing time out of your life. It isn't about work. Right? You can always work. It's just losing time feeling sick. Why do you do that when you don't have to? Z-Pak, ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, antibiotics, everything is right here. And you follow the guidebook, you take it immediately, it knocks it out, and then you're good to go. Why would you don't have to go to the doc in a box, you don't have to do any of that stuff, right? You don't have to go to the emergency room. Try going there, sitting there 2 hours with all the illegals. Like, it's crazy. And then you spend money for no reason. You have your medical emergency kit or your contagion kit. Everything is right here, and you just follow the guidebook. It's the best investment that you and your family could ever make. The best investment that you could make. And there's a lot of things on the Wellness Company, like the GLC that they have. I don't like taking the needles because I don't like the spikes. Now, have I lost a ton of weight? Yeah. But somebody emailed me the other day and said, hey, I've had it in a week. It's not worked. Well, there's no magic, right? All the GLC does is it will suppress your appetite, but then you have to not eat a lot and you have to manage your portions. And all it does is help you a little bit do that. And then you got to be somewhat active. And if you just take it and you eat the same things and you do the same things, of course you're not going to lose weight. Right? You got to burn more calories than you take in, as my son always says. You can have all the diets you want. At the end of the day, Dad, it always comes down to a simple thing. You got to burn more calories in 24 hours than you take in. That's it. That's what you got to do. Do that, you lose weight. So check this out, twc.health/Godzilla, twc.health/Godzilla, promo code Godzilla, going to get you 10% off. The other thing I'd suggest is sign up for the telemedicine, because those guys are great, and gals. My doctor, Dr. Kelly Victory, it's just great. Sometimes I just text her, sometimes I'll do a FaceTime. You get old, you got a lot of stuff going on. And I got a doctor here, but I like a second opinion. And she's given me some really good ones. So you have that. It's a new way to do medicine. Just check it out. twc.health/Godzilla, promo code Godzilla, and you're going to get 10% off. Okay, we got callers. We got Elaine. Let's bring Elaine in. Elaine, good to have you with us. You look very nice today,
Good
Elaine.
morning, John. Congratulations.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Elaine, one of my first campaign supporters and donors, maxed out. Thank you, Elaine. Appreciate that. And not only that, she did I asked her, and before I was done talking to her, it came through. See, that's the only person that's ever done that. While I was on the phone with her, it came through. So thank you, Elaine. Those are the things that I remember. All right, you're going to have to hang with us here in a minute, Elaine. We're going to take some calls. Paul in Georgia, line 2. Paul, you're live with John and Elaine.
Hey, John, thanks for taking my call.
What's up?
John, I heard your congrats, by the way. I heard your monologue, and I got to say, you're sounding like you're back in the bubble again. And who cares what the media says? Who cares what the far right and the far left say? Don't care. Middle America, the core people, I feel, love the deal. We love getting out of this stupid war with these wackos. And you can't fight these people, 90 million of them. There's no way to deal with that. So that's the main point. Ignore it. Move on. John, you've been saying the other day, you were saying, what are they going to do when the price of oil collapses? Which it's gonna, I agree. There's so many barges filled with oil all around the world that the price of oil is going to drop big time. You know what they're going to be? I have a feeling the focus is going to be data centers. They're going to try to blame Republicans for the data centers. They're all going to be fueled by the communists. I know it sounds crazy, but I think that's going to be the story. That's going to be their only game.
It's not crazy. I mean, the CCP is funding the effort to stop data centers for one reason, because data centers keep us ahead of them in the AI race. So that's where the funding is coming from, and everybody knows it, and there is enormous proof of that. So the data centers are there, and but you're right. I think you nailed it. I think that's where the narrative is going to change. And it's interesting. These West Virginia guys on the Mountaineer Mavericks, and they want the data centers. The only state I got on, they want everybody I get on is like, look, we've got all these data centers. Bring them all here. We'll take them all. We got plenty of land. We got plenty of open area. We got plenty of gas. We got plenty of oil. We got plenty of coal. We can fire them up. Let's go. Bring them all here.
I think the leaders around the world, John, they wanted this war to end. Trump really didn't have a choice. It was just unanimous. They wanted this to end. And when he first got in it and they bombed UAE and Saudis, and Trump was probably, oh, good, you're on my side. And then they all bailed on him. They're a bunch of wimps, all these other countries.
All right. Well, we're on the same page on that. Truth and clarity, George in Georgia. Thank you. Thank you for your call. As always, very insightful. Elaine, let's get you involved here. George basically said, middle America is happy this thing is over. Oil prices are going to drop, which I've been saying, and the Democrats don't have anything. What is your reaction to this, Elaine Parker? Did Elaine freeze?
Well, just this week alone, we've seen oil prices come down about already at the gas pump. We've got gas prices finally for the first time in months below $4 a gallon. So we are moving in the right direction, but prices are still and I think we're
Elaine, we're not getting your audio, Elaine.
The reduction in
we're not getting your audio, so you have to
obviously
log back in.
Stock market is
let's
up
get to
because of the news.
Thank you, Paul. Let's get to Timbo in Orlando, Florida. Timbo, you're live, baby.
Well, good morning, and congratulations on your victory on election in Washington, D.C. Ward 2. So we're very proud of you.
Thank you, Tim.
You get an A+. And while we're giving out grades this morning, we're going to give Trump an A+ too. He gets an A+ for the Iranian deal and its progress. The world leaders respects the United States again. A+. All right, onward to July 4th rally in Washington, D.C. That's what I say. Now, on how does it affect Americans, I give them an A plus because our 401 growth. During Biden's era, we had no growth in our 401, right? We were really getting worried. So look at everybody. Everybody, just take a look at your 401. Give a grade to Trump. I give him an A plus. I give him an A plus for decline of drug prices. I was paying $1,100 a month for one prescription. Guess what I pay now, John? $25. A plus. He gets an A plus.
Well, Tim, I think that we have lost John momentarily. So,
oh my God! So
yeah,
what do you think?
I tell you what, I take 1 day off.
You get a C. You get a C.
That's right. I think we might have John back. John, are you back with us here?
Yeah, I'm back. Sorry
Okay.
about that. Just had a tech. But look, I mean, Tim, you nailed it. I mean, all the hysteria over this Iranian deal is crazy. I mean, they can't deliver a nuclear bomb, which was the objective of this whole thing. It's their money, it's their oil. This idea that we just don't let them sell their oil in perpetuity is insane. You're right. There's 90 million people there. I mean, the deal makes sense for us, and they can't have a nuclear bomb. And this idea about, oh my God, they can keep their ballistic missiles. Well, they had 2 times the ballistic missiles before we went in there. This is what I did. The logic makes no sense. Why are we letting them keep their ballistic missiles? Because they have them, and no country can be expected to completely disarm. They have no Navy. They have no air defense. They have no Air Force. They have 1/3 of the drones they had and half the ballistic missiles, which without a nuclear warhead, they can't do that much with them. They've had them before we were there. So this argument is insanity. And it's like, we're giving them their $24 billion back. No, it's their money. I get what Amy said, take it off the top. You can't do that, right? It's their money. It's part of the deal. You have to negotiate. And so we're not going to get everything we want, but we met our objectives, and oil prices are, I understand where Amy's coming with this heating oil. Oil is going to be $2.59 gas is going to be $2.59 by the time we hit August. It is going to drop because our production has gone up dramatically as a result of this. It's gone up dramatically. And where's it all going? It's going in your gas tank, dude. Go ahead, Tim.
Oh, no, you're exactly right. You're exactly right. So welcome back. Come back to the United States, President Trump. Focus on the July 4th rally, and then focus on America. Focus on the youth takeover problem, the violent protester problem. Come on back and take reins of that over the next 2 years, and watch America grow even faster. So I'm looking forward. I'm looking forward to better things for the next 2 years.
Tim, thank you for the call. Always good to hear from Tim. So Elaine, what are your thoughts here on this deal, the Iranian war, gas, oil, the whole thing? We're just not getting Elaine's feed.
So
today.
I found it interesting that they paraded Obama back out to, solidify any better than this deal that he made with Iran, which was beginning.
No, Elaine, whatever your connection is, it's just not going to work today. These things happen. Rob in New York, line 1. Rob, you're live.
Good morning, John.
Yes.
I am cautiously optimistic that this will work. And the reason, look, I get some folks where they're coming from. They're worried about Israel. They're worried about us having to go back in again, which Trump even said, hey, if they violate it, we're back in. We're not cutting and running. But the reason why I'm optimistic about this is this might actually reshape the entire Middle East. Because if you start getting these Gulf states to invest, and not have Iran, because Iran was much of an enemy to them as it was to the U.S., as it was to Israel, as it even was to European capitals, as we saw earlier on during this conflict, that they had some long-range missiles that could have hit. I think they fired one towards Diego Garcia. That was like the same distance that it could have hit some of the European capitals. So if this works, as I think what the Trump administration is trying to do, we have an entire new Middle East. We have, I mean, you had all these things that people are missing along the way. UAE pulling out of OPEC, UAE solidifying more deals with, with Israel and getting closer with the U.S., Iran not having nukes. I mean, I'd like to see us have something concrete with us getting their material out of there or supervision over it. But hey, if they don't have a bomb and they don't have an army, really, they don't have a navy, they definitely don't have an air force, it's a much different Iran right now. Will they collapse? Will there be a regime change there? That's got to come from the people. I just can't see anyone here in the U.S. wanting, except for those few that you mentioned, wanting us to go in there on the ground. I just don't see any benefit to the U.S. doing that. But we could see what happened in the Middle East, what's happening down south of us in Central and South America. It's another thing people are missing. There's been several elections south of us, and they've thrown out the Marxists on the left, and they've gone more to the right. That's tremendous.
Right.
So we have a new Western Hemisphere, and we could have a new Middle East. I think those are net positives for the long term. It's going to give us heartburn in the short term. There'll be a lot of questions, a lot of let's see how it plays out. But when has that never happened in history?
Listen, the war's over. We have, I guess Amy said it's a memorandum of understanding. We're signing a peace treaty Friday. I don't know what you want to call it. I don't care what you call it. A paper napkin. The hell do I care, right? Whether memorandum of understanding, peace treaty. I mean, these are just semantics, right? War's over, no shooting, nobody's getting killed, straits open, oil's coming down. That's it, right? They can't get a nuclear bomb. I don't know what else to say. I don't know what the criticism is of this deal. I really don't. Objective. Don't get a bomb. Met. Next. What else is there? I mean, this idea.
Well, by the way,
they shouldn't be able to keep ballistic missiles. Well, they had them before we went in. Tell me, the Democrats say this was a war of choice. Okay, so if we didn't go in, what would be different? They'd have a Navy, they'd have an Air Force, they'd have air defense, they'd be able to create a nuclear bomb, they'd have 2 times the ballistic missiles they have because we took half of them out. They'd have 100% of the drones. Now they got 33%. What exactly would they not have if we hadn't gone in there? And then they criticize us when we get out and say, well, you didn't finish your job. Well, you told us not to do it in the first place. I mean, do you see the hypocrisy of these people? It's a war of choice.
Well,
you didn't do enough. Well, wait a minute. According to you guys, we never should have went there. It's maddening.
You're never gonna please the left. But to your point, one of the reasons why we went in there was, and Trump said that the intel that the U.S. had, the intel that the Israelis had, was these guys were very close to nuclear weapons. So if they don't have that now, then that by itself is mission accomplished. At least the primary mission accomplished. Now we can disagree, and everyone else can disagree about all the other parts of and reasoning why we went in there, but that's the main part. They don't have that capacity right now. Will they try to work on it again? Probably. If these guys didn't get the message that, hey, you're going to be bombed to smithereens. But in 47 years, no president has done what this president has done to Iran. None of them, not even Reagan. And I think Reagan even admitted that he should have had a better response after Iran backed the bombings of our Marines. What was in Lebanon,
in
right?
Beirut, yeah.
I think it was Lebanon.
In Beirut.
In Beirut, yeah. So we're talking about, what was that, 1983 or something like that? Mm-hmm. So not even Reagan had a response like this. So I'm not running around with what little hair I have left on fire. I'm not, I'm not, the sky isn't falling. The sun's going to come up again tomorrow. I said, we will be okay. But you're right. If it was up to the left, we would never be in there. And they always try to. The left wants America to lose. That's what people have to understand. They did the same thing when we went in with Bush, and when we went into Iraq and Afghanistan. The reporting, we're being bogged down. The elite Iraqi Guard, or whatever the heck they were calling it, they were cheering when that stuff happened. They did the same thing in Vietnam. They couldn't wait for us to lose there. They even lied about how successful stuff was. I think you've pointed this out, and so have others. Cronkite lied to us about the Tet Offensive, and yet he's considered the gold standard of journalism. No, he lied.
He lied.
And when he lied, and when the Democrats took over, in Vietnam, they couldn't wait to cut and run.
I know. Yeah,
so
you're right.
That's what's going to happen if they come back in power.
Rob, you nailed it. And I want to thank you for your call, man. Thank you. It's good to talk to you, Rob.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Let's get to, let me see how much time we have here. Okay, we're going to go to a quick break. When we get back, let's see what we've got here. We've got Tim in Hopewell. Tim, hang in there. We got Dan Oxner coming on, and we've got a couple others, but let's go to a quick break, and we will be right back. You're on the John Fredericks Media Network, trucking the truth across America.
Trump 2.0 is in full effect. How do you keep up with all the action? I'll tell you. TrumpNationNews.com is your inside source for the inside scoop. Manufacturing, jobs, deportations, and the nation's rejuvenation. The first 100 days and beyond. All the news you need and no liberal gibberish. It's the perfect way to start your day. Sign up for the TNN newsletter. Do it today. TrumpNationNews.com. TrumpNationNews.com. Part of the John Fredericks Media Network.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
Ponder this. Why would God permit evil to occur? Why does he allow bad things to happen to good people? Why doesn't he intercede when innocent people are unjustly accused? These questions sometimes cause good people to turn their face away from God and question the very existence of God. But God does exist, and he does permit evil. Why, you ask? The short answer is that God permits evil to bring about a greater good. Think about this. The greatest evil ever committed is the killing of our God, Jesus Christ, the second person of the Holy Trinity. From this great evil came the greatest good, the opening of the gates of heaven. That's right, heaven did not open until Christ shed his blood for us. We must always trust God's plan for our salvation, especially when hard times fall upon us. Pray, trust, and persevere in good times and bad. I'm Susie Kelly, and I am passionately Catholic.
Folks, this is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Soul Tea. I have recently turned 77 years old. I do not take prescription drugs. I have not had to take prescription drugs, and I attribute a lot of my good health to a product that I've been taking, which is the active ingredient in Soul Tea. It's a 22% concentration of theaflavin. We did clinical trials on it 25 years ago and found that it helped lower cholesterol. We have had many, many hundreds of letters and emails from customers telling us how it has helped them not only manage their cholesterol, but lower their triglycerides and help them on their blood pressure. And I can't tell you how much I attribute to Soul Tea for my good health at age 77. And I encourage you to go to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. And use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% off on your initial shipment of Soul Tea. And I promise you it will be a great help for your heart health. Thanks so much.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
The Trump administration has brought positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. If we really want to make America healthy again, well, that starts at home. And that's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from the Wellness Company doctors all the time, and you know their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy, giving you the opportunity to make sure you're prepared for whatever happens with their prescription medical kits. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products, from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more. Make America healthy again starts at home. Do your part and protect the health of you and your family. Live a healthier, longer, and more satisfying life. Go to twc.health/Godzilla and order. That's twc.health/Godzilla. Use promo code Godzilla to save 10% today.
The Bears are who we thought they were. And that's why we took the damn field. Now, if you want to crown them, then crown their ass. But they are who we thought they were. And we let them off the hook.
He's your Godzilla of the truth in America.
Run! It's Godzilla!
No gibberish or nonsense, just common sense. And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
You're back on the John Fredericks Media Network. Great to have you with us. We've got the Ox on. Ox joining us live. Thanks for being with us, Ox. Always good to see you live in Minnesota. Missed you Tuesday night, but good to have you here with us now, Ox.
Congratulations, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry I missed it.
I know it was a big victory. We had a lot of fun doing it, so thank you. Thank you for all you do. Oxman, always great to have the Ox with us here on the John Fredericks Media Network. So I'm going to get to a couple of things. We're going to talk about this Iran deal. We're going to talk about Minnesota, the fraud. Let's get to, let's roll this, Danny. Let's get to clip 2 here. This is Fox News saying this is a done deal. It's going to be signed on Friday by Vice President Vance. Let's get to 2. Take a listen.
Yes.
Bravo. Good job. Great job. Bravo.
Okay, wasn't really good for radio because you saw him signing it. A lot of hysteria, Ox, on the right and the left. Of course, you know, the left, forget it. They didn't want the war. Now they're saying we didn't go far enough. The whole thing is ridiculous. So forget what they say. Gas prices are going to come down. They have nothing to run on. But now we've got all the naysayers on the right saying, you know, we should have finished the job. We gave them too much. They get to sell their oil, which is theirs. They get to get their $24 billion back, which is their money. We shouldn't do that. We should just bomb them into oblivion, get regime change, get our sons and daughters in there, etc. Reaction, Dan Oxner.
Make it go away. The gift has been given to the country and the world and Republicans and taxpayers and citizens and everybody. Let's make this go away. Let's get some good negotiations. I said early on that a negotiation like this would have to happen. This is a weird aside, but I was watching, I'm always a day late and a dollar short with some of these TV things, but Tom Hanks World War II deal. Started watching that first episode, and just watching Hitler. And I hate to invoke, I'm not going to say that word again, because one of the Ox's doctrines, by the way, is you never win with Hitler. So don't even talk about it.
I agree with you. That's why you
don't even bring it up.
You never hear him mention his name.
No, but the invasion of Poland is how this began. The show, the World War II show with Tom Hanks. And, how do you invade a country? How do you get regime change in a country? How do you change a country? You bomb their cities, you attack their people, you destroy their infrastructure. If you're not going to do that, don't do this stuff. So we've learned over and over again that that doesn't work this way. And even the Ruskies, right, can't figure it out with Ukraine. Unless they're willing to just devastate the whole, invade with thousands of tanks and bombers and all that. Short of that, we got to stop doing this stuff. God bless the intentions. And if this does stop Iran from getting a nuclear bomb, the whole world should thank us for this. But, for the average armchair person in a flyover country where I live, it's like, well, let's just go in and bomb them and get it done. Well, it's not that easy. There are geopolitical considerations that's why presidents haven't done this. So in my opinion, this agreement, let's celebrate a victory. Let's move on. Let's start paying less for gas. Let's have prices come down. Let's have this summer of love that we so desperately need, because we have an existential threat right now with the midterm elections coming up in November, and we got to focus on that. So that would be my overall take on this, John Fredericks.
I love this summer of love. Summer of love here in Washington, D.C., right? That's going to be the new summer of love, Dan. But I'm so glad I had you on today, because I feel like I'm out on an island. I mean, I got up today and the trying to prepare for the show, and the negativity on this deal was on both sides, and it was just rampant. Like, I was just trying to find somebody that said it was a good thing. It was everybody's blasting it. And once again, the fake news gives the clickbaiters on the right outsized voice, way 100 times over what they represent. But I think for the average American, they can't get a nuclear bomb. They don't have a Navy. They don't have an air defense. They don't have an army. They don't have anything. We wiped them out. So, they're going to be able to sell their oil now. Well, it's their oil. I mean, you can't starve them to death. It's their oil. Well, we're going to give them the $24 billion back. Well, no, it's not our money. It's their money that we froze because of the war and sanctions. So we're going to give it back to them in increments as they behave. And so it's their money. The oil is their oil. So, we're not, we didn't take Carg Island. Well, Carg Island's their island. I mean, we didn't take it. I mean, Dan, it's insane.
Yeah, it's tough. I know there's this insatiable need for complaining and whatnot on the, if you will, the far right or the extremes. The Democrats who are criticizing this, I put a lot of shame on them, probably even more than the Republicans on the right, as always, as we should. But, it's one of those things where something needed to be done. I don't know. Maybe we're going to look back on this maybe and say, thank God Trump did this. It was ugly, during the time that it was happening. But, I think back to when this first happened, the first attack. I was watching retired General John Keane on Fox News, and they were asking him about this. And you could just see it in his eyes. I hope he's not a poker player, but you could see it in his eyes. Like, they're asking him, is this going to take days or weeks or months? And he was like, weeks or months. You could see it in his eyes. He knew exactly what was going to happen here. So a lot of folks that understand how these things work, we're just like, this is big. Let's see how it turns out. And as it turns out, it was pretty big. But hey, look, I do believe that at least for the moment, and probably longer than Obama's deal with the pallets of cash and whatnot, we have at least put off Iran having a bomb. Sounds like they have a nuclear energy program to make nuclear energy that's pretty prolific to just shut that down. My opinion, right? Let's learn from the best, because in Minnesota, there's a weird thing in Minnesota. They're shutting down coal plants in Minnesota, but 30 years ago, I think, whatever it was, the legislature passed a moratorium on even having a hearing on nuclear energy in Minnesota. We have 2 or 3 nuclear plants, I forget. And they're getting old, and they're aging out, and we're tearing down coal plants, and yet we're prohibited by statute from even discussing nuclear energy. Well, let's bring that back. Okay, let's bring some Iranians over here and learn how to do nuclear energy. I don't know. We could get some good from this, but a nuclear bomb is out of the question. And I don't know, John, Mr. Chair, I should say, in all respect, the idea that that Iran should not have a nuclear weapon, all of a sudden, I think, is on the top of minds of everybody in the world. And that awareness, I think, probably is worth this whole thing. Because now all of a sudden everybody sees what this threat was, what could have been, whether they believe it or not. We're all going to be watching Iran now regarding their nuclear weapon capability. And I think that will be good, because with that kind of global scrutiny, I feel confident that at least in our lifetimes, we don't have to worry about Iran having a nuclear bomb and killing everybody.
I share your optimism. I think this was a great deal. It was a great day. This war is over. Gas prices are going to come down. I just got a text here from Jimmy. He's in a suburb, Jimmy Starr, in a suburb of Indianapolis. He said, I just on my way to work, filled up my tank, $3.09. This is a suburb just outside of Indianapolis, 309. That is a far cry from $5, dude. It's 309. And the oil hasn't even started flowing. This is why I'm telling you, this is going down to 259, 249, 239. The Democrats have got nowhere to go now with this. And when they run on affordability, Dan, all we got to do is have the courage to bring up what has happened in Virginia. Every single bill that you have in Virginia has gone up. Every one of them. Because the affordability is real. People are suffering and going to the store and stuff, but they have no plan to do anything other than to talk about it and then get every rate you've got raised and every tax raised. These people are insane. This is why we're going to win the midterms, and I'm so optimistic. This is the greatest thing. This is what we needed. Bring these gas prices down, open up these straits, end the war. They can't have a bomb. We're good to go. Let's go to callers. Line 2, Tim in Virginia. You're on with John and the Ox.
Hey, John. Good morning, Fred. How are you? Look, the entire crux of the situation is that the media, the establishments, the diplomats, all the insiders, they're all pissed off because they wasn't included in the deal. The man not only made the deal, wrote the fine print, but he's reading it. They're all pissed off, and that's the whole crux. They weren't invited, their opinions wasn't asked, and they're all pissed off. And the other crux to this is that, yeah, it's kind of about nuclear weapons, but it really wasn't. It was about raw power. It was a finger in the eye to the Russians, to the world, that we could be anywhere, anytime in a minute's notice. Just look at that naval power they amassed. It is massive. And that's all it was. It was a message that, hey, we're protecting Taiwan too. So that's this whole crux of this thing was.
Dan?
Yeah, great display of power. And I was thinking that too, Tim, when that whole thing started. I think we showed logistically what we can do. Like you say, we can put a force in and we've got plans for everything. In the end, I don't think the execution necessarily is all that intimidating for other countries. But as far as defending, Taiwan, I think the Chinese definitely got the message. You mentioning that's a good point. I hadn't thought about this before. But what has happened as a result? Trump's relationship with Xi and China, I believe, has strengthened. We have more open communications with them than we had before. Thinking outside the box, this might actually stave off any kind of an invasion of Taiwan with this new relationship that we might have. And internationally, I think everybody is seeing, what Trump might have done is he isolated a common enemy for everybody to get behind. And this may actually play out well as far as not having to defend Taiwan in the first place.
That is such a great point that we hadn't considered, Ox. Very insightful. Thank you. Tim, thank you. Let's get to Mary in Richmond, Virginia. You're on with John and the Ox.
Good morning, John.
Good morning, Mary.
How are you today?
Never better, thank you.
You have to remember, President Trump is a gentleman. He let the enemy save face.
And that's something that had to be done. That's what a lot of people don't get on some of these negotiations, right? And I always look at that whenever there's a situation like this. Even the Iranians, right? They have to save face. Everybody has to save face. You got to give them something. They can't just be able to come out and lie, right? You can't just let them come out and lie to the world and say, "Oh, look, we beat the evil Satan," and all that. But short of that, yeah, we'll see what kind of a high road they take if they do. And that will tell us exactly where they think they are in this. And so far, right? So far, I think we're seeing that, Mary. They've accepted the face-saving option here, and we'll see how much bravado that they bring to the global stage as far as media goes. But we may see it scaled down a little bit. I hope you're right.
Great point, Mary, and great to hear from you. Mary, you need to call in more often so we know that you're doing well. Are you all right, Mary? How are you doing?
Everything changes so fast, by the time you want to talk about something else comes up. It's like a merry-go-round. It just keeps going around and around and around.
On high speed.
But everybody have a wonderful weekend.
Oh, thank you, Mary. Thank you so much.
Welcome to our world, right, John?
I know, right? It's just, it changes, That's why people say, oh, why don't you prepare at night? I laugh. Like, really? Mm-hmm. Like, you got to get up at 3:45 to prepare because who the hell knows what happened overnight? Right. So you just can't do that. Okay, I want to get to number 3 here, Dan. Here's Hawley on this memorandum of understanding, and I think he kind of nails it. Let's go to 3. Take a listen.
Theocratic lunatics who want to murder us is not a good idea. I think the president receiving some very poor advice on this deal. Senator Ted Cruz is usually by the president's side. Do you understand his worry and concern?
Well, let's see what happens here. I mean, as the president just said, there's nothing final. This isn't a final agreement. This is a negotiation. This is an agreement to negotiate further. I think the fact that the president's getting the strait reopened, that he's got their nuclear program buried, those are big achievements, Brian. I think those are good things. And it remains to be seen whether we will actually give them any money. I thought I heard the president say earlier today, we're not going to give them a dime. I certainly don't think that we should. And I bet President Trump and the vice president, as he continues these negotiations, will hold that line.
But, Senator, they are allowed to sell oil, and they have more oil than just about everyone, including Iraq. And that'll be the first time in decades they're able to sell oil on the open market. They're usually using ghost fleets and rusted-out tankers to deliver it to our let's say, our rivals like China and China. Your thoughts about the fact that everyone agrees they're allowed to resume oil and petroleum sales?
I thought your last guest, I thought the ambassador had a good point there about potentially using escrow accounts, ways to track to see, first of all, if they're living up to their other obligations under the memorandum before we release any of that sales, before we allow them to get their hands on the money, and then using accounts that will allow us to ensure that they're not spending that money on terrorist activities, on nuclear enrichment, and so forth. There's a lot to be worked out here for sure, Brian. And again, I haven't seen the final text, nor have I been briefed on it, but I can tell you, I think that the president's focus to try to draw this to a close, to try to make sure the strait gets reopened, that the American economy gets some relief. I mean, this has been a guy who's been the greatest economic president of my lifetime. I think he's laser focused on getting people relief in the American economy, getting prices down. That's the right focus, Brian.
Right. And also, we're watching the price of oil go down. I think it's 74.
Okay. Reaction.
Yeah. I mean, Hawley's right on that. I don't know what the $300 billion is. He says it's not. Trump says it's not going to be coming from us. So who's committing to the $300 billion? I'm not sure. I agree with your points, John.
It's other countries that want to invest in Iran. That has nothing to do with it. This is not taxpayer money. When Obama did his deal, he sent $2 billion over there, $1.8 billion on pallets. That came out of our treasury. This is not our money. The United States of America taxpayer is not giving them a penny. What we're giving them is access to their money that we froze. That's number one. And number two, if people want to invest up to $300 billion and Trump can put deals together that's going to help the Iranian people and other countries, Saudi, Qatar, this, that, and the others, Oman, they all want to invest in there to help the country be a better place to live, and they can make money off it. The hell do I care?
Yeah,
right? I mean,
right. Yeah, I don't care either. Right. If that's the case. Do we know? I mean, what's the plan? But is that the plan for that? I mean, so far we have a $300 billion fund promised, and Trump's saying that it's not going to come from our taxpayers, but I don't know what that means.
Well, what it means is he's talked to other countries who are willing to invest their money in Iran to help their people so they understand there's a better way of life. But it's their money. It's like if he takes the sanctions off a private company in the US from investing in a hotel beach in the Gulf on the Iran, that's their business. We have taken the shackles off. So look, we have companies at Wall Street investing billions and billions of dollars of their money into China. They've been doing it forever. It's their money. It's not our taxpayer money, right? Now, my whole thing is if it collapses and China takes it over, like we ain't going to bail them out. But that's up to them. They're investors, they're board of directors, they're stockholders. If they think they can make money, go ahead. That's not our money. And so this is what people fail to understand. Well, we made them richer. No, we didn't. If there's the other countries in the Middle East want a stable Iran. They want a stable Persia. Long term, it benefits them. They want to put the money in, they put the money in. Has nothing to do with us, Dan.
Cool. Yeah, I was unaware of any of those details. So
let's get to Anthony in Florida, line 3. Anthony, you're live with Godzilla and Ox. Anthony, go ahead. You got the floor.
Hey, good morning, John. You are on fire, bro. I swear I am. It's rare that I agree with you 100%. You said give Trump some time. He would stop the war. The oil prices and everything would drop. It's doing exactly that. I don't care. You said it yourself. Trump said it. Vance said it. It's not going to come from the American people. The money is not going to come from the American people. His base, he's stopping the war. He's ending it. I am 100% behind him. I am so glad he cut Israel out of it, that they weren't part of the process. I know a lot of neocons and the warmongers, they wanted to keep going, and I don't listen to Brian Kilmeade. What an idiot. I stay away from Fox News. Pure idiot. But I'm so glad. And I'm his base. I approve of what Trump is doing. He's saving face. He's making a deal. He invested. He got down and did it himself. Instead of listening to Israel and taking intelligence and information from them, he cut them out and said, you know what? I'm going to deal with them directly. And I am so glad that he has done this. I am 100% behind what he's done. I'm glad I am behind my president. And you were right, John. Hey, just give it some time. The prices will drop. Everybody calm down. It's cool. I even like when you said ranked choice voting yesterday. And I hate ranked choice voting. So you're on all 10 cylinders, bro. Congratulations, John. You called it. I have to eat crow. It ain't often, but by God, I'll eat some crow today because the war stopped. Lives are saved. Economies are fixing themselves with the help of the president.
Well, Anthony, to get that line of compliments from you is very much appreciated. That's why I take your calls. We don't always agree, but you have something to say, and you got your finger on the pulse of the base, and so I thank you for those kind words. And as you know, I am a proponent of ranked choice voting in Republican primaries, not general elections, primaries. Saves a lot of money, saves a lot of nonsense that goes on. So thank you for at least, I'm not saying coming my way on it, but at least keeping an open mind. That's all we ask for, is an open mind. So thank you for that, Anthony, and thank you for the call. Ox, we're going to give you the final word. Anthony compliments Godzilla. Doesn't happen often.
Yeah, I love that. That's what we talk about, this, a little meta conversation about talk radio. That's so important to be able to do this. I mean, I don't know what the country, the world would do without this freedom of communication, and not every country has it. Yet more reasons why we need to protect this Constitution in this country, John. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thanks, Ox. Always good to have you with us, and you nailed it. I mean, this is why we do what we do. For people like Anthony to call in when they're upset and mad, and then call in when they say, hey, you know what? It's all going to work out, right? This is our community, and Ox is a big part of it. Godzilla and Ox. We should do this is like the best weekly thing we got, right?
Wow.
Godzilla and Ox.
I'll move to Washington and we'll hang out all the time.
Listen, dude, I'd love to have you.
There you go.
888-480-JOHN. When I get back, you're on the John Fredericks Media Network. Stay with us.
WJFN W224EB 92.7 FM Chester, W299DB 107.7 Barnaire, 100.5 FM Goochland, and WJFV.
Breaking news this hour from Town Hall. I'm Rich Thomason. The Strait of Hormuz reopens, all military action ends, and no nukes for Iran. Those are among the points in a memorandum of understanding. It's been signed by the U.S. and Iranian presidents. And President Trump says that any benefits tied to that agreement definitely come with some strings attached.
President Trump is discussing a proposed investment fund tied to the new memorandum of understanding between the United States and Iran.
We're not doing anything. We're not putting up money. Only if they're doing things right. If they're doing things right. If people want to invest, they can invest. But they had this $300 million fund. It's only $300 billion fund. It's only if they're doing things right.
Under the proposal, any investment would come from Gulf countries, not American taxpayers. Willie Nelson, the White House.
Secretary of War Hegseth has a bone to pick with the NATO allies, and he is certainly not shy about letting them know exactly where he stands.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has criticized NATO allies for not taking more responsibility for their own security. The Pentagon chief announced a 6-month Pentagon review of American forces in Europe to ensure NATO moves towards Europe leading its own defense. Speaking in Brussels on Thursday, Hegseth called it shameful that European allies denied U.S. forces access to bases for attacks on Iran. He emphasized the need for a new upgraded NATO, which he called NATO 3.0.
NATO 3.0 is post-Cold War recognition that it needs to go back to a real hardline military alliance.
I'm Karen Shamma.
What's left of Tropical Storm Arthur is raining on southeast Texas, the coast there. Also, Mississippi and Alabama are seeing some flooding as well from that storm. On Wall Street this morning, the Dow futures are up 118 points. NASDAQ futures 405 points higher. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Health insurance rates are surging in America, leaving millions without affordable options. If you're sick of having paychecks eaten up by healthcare costs or dealing with mega corporations, then listen to this. Christians don't need to waste money on a broken system. That's why I want to tell you about Christian Healthcare Ministries. It's an alternative to traditional health insurance at half the cost. With CHM, fellow believers contribute monthly to help pay each other's medical bills. There's no enrollment period, so you can join anytime. And you aren't restricted to provider networks, so you choose the doctors and hospitals you want. It's that simple. CHM is not insurance. It's a ministry that puts faith into action. Feel the difference of financial support and biblical care from fellow believers. Join CHM today by visiting chministries.org/wellness. That's chministries.org/wellness.
The Trump administration is buying back more offshore wind leases.
It's not going to be wind.
President Trump's made his disdain for wind energy plain, and his administration's now spent nearly $2.6 billion in an effort to discourage its expansion in favor of fossil fuels. The latest came Wednesday when it bought back leases for 4 more offshore wind projects. Chicago-based Invenergy agreed to end them in exchange for reimbursements of fees totaling $765 million. It had already canceled the largest of the 4 off New Jersey's coast in November. The others are off the coasts of Maine and California. The company plans to invest the money in natural gas and geothermal ventures. I'm Ben Thomas.
The Fed keeping its key interest rate unchanged, yet nearly half the central bank's policymakers say they can support a rate hike later in the year. Meanwhile, the Bank of England holding its main interest rate at 3.75%. Townhall.com. The government has emptied an Everglades holding center.
All of the immigration detainees at the South Florida detention center known as Alligator Alcatraz have been transferred to other facilities. That's according to the Department of Homeland Security. Spokesperson Laura Biss cited concerns about hurricane season in an email that came just before government meteorologists confirmed the first tropical storm of the 2026 Atlantic season had formed in the Gulf. DHS did not say how many detainees were moved or where they're headed or whether the center was closing permanently. The ACLU and other organizations have been pressing for the tent facility in the Everglades to be shut down. I'm Jennifer King.
There are still good Samaritans among us. In this case, armed with a shovel and a sledgehammer, they rushed to the scene of a fiery Texas plane crash, helping free survivors from the wreckage. That dramatic scene unfolded this week along a highway in Laredo, Texas. 5 people rescued, 1 person died in the crash. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Lifestyles Unlimited is a real estate education group that gives you the roadmap and resources to start building income through real estate. You'll learn practical strategies for using investment properties to create extra income and make informed decisions, one step at a time. Join today for just $297. That's a 60% savings off the regular price of our real estate education program. Text radio to 88007. That's RADIO to 88007. Presented by Lifestyles Unlimited.
1775 Coffee is giving away free starter kits. Try the dark or medium roast coffee with longevity blend, an infused blend with anti-aging supplements clinically proven to reduce biological age. When you purchase the first 2 bags, you'll receive a free 1775 starter kit, including a third 16-ounce bag of coffee, a matte black tumbler, a frother, a gold scoop, or a reusable K-cup filter. Just order now at 1775coffee.com/Godzilla and claim your free 1775 starter kit while supplies last.
The Trump administration has brought positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. If we really want to make America healthy again, well, that starts at home. And that's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from the Wellness Company doctors all the time, and you know their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy, giving you the opportunity to make sure you're prepared for whatever happens with their prescription medical kits. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products, from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more. Make America healthy again starts at home. Do your part and protect the health of you and your family. Live a healthier, longer, and more satisfying life. Go to twc.health/Godzilla and order. That's twc.health/Godzilla. Use promo code Godzilla to save 10% today.
Bad decisions limit future options. Make enough bad decisions and you will destroy your life. Listen to The Flatline with your host, Rick Hughes, every Sunday morning on the John Fredericks Radio Network. The Flatline describes a main line of resistance in your soul, built on God's Word. Join us every Sunday morning for 30 minutes of inspiration, motivation, and education, all without manipulation. That's The Flatline with Rick Hughes, heard here every Sunday at 8:30 a.m. on the John Fredericks Radio Network.
Trouble getting to sleep and staying asleep is infuriating. Your mind races, you toss and turn. Nutrition company Healthy Cell created REM sleep to help you quickly fall asleep, stay asleep, and sleep deep. Unlike other supplements that don't work, REM sleep is not a pill. It's a gel you swallow with ultra absorption of science-backed ingredients supporting all 4 stages of sleep. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order. Risk-free. Love it or your money back. Guaranteed. Healthycell.com. Code GODZILLA.
Hey folks, Al Green here for SatPhone. When you're on the go, you want to know you're connected. If it's a family vacation or an off-the-grid escape to a remote destination, having reliable communication helps you feel safe and secure. You can't afford to find yourself in a dead zone. That's why you need SatPhone. SatPhones are reliable, durable, and give you global coverage. If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your SatPhone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are a $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your sat phone. Call now.
And later on, at summer's close, the crack of bats where heroes rose. We cheered at games beneath the sky, remembering those who sacrificed. Oh, liberty, land of the brave and true, blessed by God in all we do, from golden shores to mountains grand. The greatest blessing in this land, we raise our voices clear and bold, a story that will not grow.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's the John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man Jack Nicholson knows can handle the truth, John Fredericks.
Well, we got you back in the John Fredericks Media Network. Don't forget DC Dispatch coming up live, 9 o'clock. Don't want to miss that. We're going to be fired up after our big victory on Tuesday, and we're taking over the Washington, D.C. GOP sleepy little thing. They want to shrink the party. We want to grow it. And it started Tuesday night. And fasten your seatbelts because we're ready to rock and roll with DC Dispatch, 9 o'clock. Don't want to miss that. Right here on your favorite network in the history of the world, the John Fredericks Media Network. West Virginia losing yesterday, taking it on the chin. They were down 12-1, came back a little bit, but North Carolina putting in some of their younger pitchers, not really their front four. So he scored 6, I think, in the 8th or 9th inning, and 12-7, go home. But what a great season for the Mountaineers. I want to thank all of our sponsors for that. We had a great run, and you know what? First year, we knocked on the door. Second year, we pounded on it. Third year, we kicked it in. Good knows what's going to happen next year. Maybe we'll win it all. It's going to be fun. This segment brought to you by our good friends at the Safer Supervision Act. And I want to talk to you about something that's a no-brainer for anyone that cares about public safety. The bill in Congress right now, which is in Senate markup, is called the Safer Supervision Act. Fabrizio Ward, President Trump's own poster, found that 80% of Trump voters support this bill. You don't get numbers like that unless you're solving a real problem. That's what the Safer Supervision Act does. So here's what's broken. Federal probation officers are managing over 100 cases each. Twice what is recommended as a manageable number. People are slipping through the cracks. That makes all of us less safe. The Safer Supervision Act, well, it fixes that. It lets officers focus on real public safety threats instead of drowning in paperwork for nothing. And it's endorsed by the frontline officers who say it will help them do their job better. 96% of Trump voters say public safety has to come first. This bill delivers that. I want you to visit safersupervision.com for more information. Visit safersupervision.com. Tell your congressman to get it done. Safersupervision.com. This message has been paid for by the Reform Action Fund, and I'm a huge supporter of this bill. Absolutely huge supporter. Just like I was the first Step Back. Okay, all good. Phone lines open, 888-480-JOHN, 888-480-5646. Dan, thank you for driving Joe's truck back to Richmond, and it looks fantastic. I gave him pictures of it. He's like, "Wow, that's better than when when you have it detailed through Pasqua." So,
yeah, I even have some photos for the viewing audience if they'd like to see them.
No, I think we'll pass on that for now. But, no sense spending time on Joe's truck, but now that it's safe and found, and I got to get the title done and all that, and but he doesn't need. I mean, see, we're in DC. We already sold. We had 3 cars. We already sold one of them, and he's in College Park, and he comes home on the Metro. Like we don't really need them until we find out where he's going after this year, basically. But he doesn't need it, so that's why we're just having it parked in your driveway till we figure it out, right? But doesn't it run great? It runs great. Yeah.
It does, yeah. Very pleasant trip back down 95 South yesterday from DC. It was just great, yeah, and not a whole lot of traffic either, except for one spot, inexplicably in Fredericksburg, where I think they were doing construction. And I was like, why are you doing? It's like, what are you doing? You're closing 2 lanes on a work day. Right? Come on, bro. What are you doing? But yeah, it's other than that, it was totally fine. Yeah.
All right. Well, let's get phone lines are open. 888-480-JOHN, 888-480-5646. We got some changes coming to our network August 1st. That's a little teaser. Yeah, I think you're going to like it. Let's get to our next guest. Keith Kratch is with us, and Keith Kroc. Keith Kroc. Sorry, Keith. Keith Kroc is with us, and he is the head of. He's a CEO of Freedom 250, working hand in glove with the White House to put on this great party, this great event. Keith, thanks for being with us. I know you got some technical issues. We have you by phone today. I'm 2 blocks from the White House. I see all the signs going up. Give us an overview. What is Birthday 250 going to look like here in the nation's safest, most beautiful city in America, Washington, D.C.?
Well, I'll tell you, John, thanks for having me on the show. I mean, can you imagine what's coming up on June 25th to July 10th on the National Mall? What you're seeing out your window are these pavilions. Imagine all 50 states coming together on a National Mall for America's 250th birthday. And that's the Great American State Fair. So for 16 days, Americans can experience the food, music, culture, innovation, agriculture, history, patriotism for all 50 states in one place. It's never been done before, and admission is free.
It's going to be so much fun because each state, now they have to pay their own way to get there, right? So they have to ship their tents and ship whatever. So there's going to be food there. They're going to be, they have a lot of different things that represent their state. There's a couple of them that can't make it, I believe I read. But even the ones that didn't, like I thought the statement that Washington State put out was legitimate. It wasn't like, oh, we're not celebrating it because we hate Trump. It's like, we don't have the money in the budget to get there and ship all this stuff. It's too far. We haven't budgeted. We're broke. We can't go, but thanks for the offer. So I have no problem with that.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, there's a few states that aren't able to make it. But look, Freedom 250 is putting on 4,000 events, 100 initiatives. This is a celebration for all Americans. It goes all year round. We kicked it off with painting the Washington Monument, as a canvas that told that America story, if you can remember that. That had never been done before.
That was beautiful. That was gorgeous.
Yeah, it was amazing. And the thing that's great about the State Fair is there's a different theme every day. It's something for everybody. There's a day where we celebrate military and our veterans. There's another day dedicated to innovation and technology. There's another one dedicated to horsepower of America, racing cars. There's another one for faith, values, and inspiration. And then there's, the Wings of Freedom. And the kickoff is you're gonna see, we're gonna paint the skies with aircraft. So on June 24th, we're gonna kick off the celebration with flyovers. We're gonna have a F-16 Viper demo team. We're going to have B-2 stealth bombers. We're going to have F-35 A's, which are Lightning II flying in formation. And then you're going to see more flyovers on June 25th in B-52 Stratoforce. If you've never seen this is absolutely huge. F-15s, everything. So this is something. Bring your, for your audience, bring your kids, bring your grandkids. This is a once-in-a-generation moment. Experience all these things on the National Mall. These guys will be telling their grandchildren that they were at this thing. This is going to be amazing.
You know what? And that's the thing. And when you come into the city, you just got to plan your trip here during Freedom 250. It's safe. It's beautiful. It's clean. You got the National Guard. We've got President Trump has got the DC police, the Park Police, the Capitol Police, all working together. The Metro Police are fantastic. The city cleanup. We've got targeted areas for rideshare now in the city around these places. So, find a hotel, come here, come with your family. It's going to be a once in a lifetime opportunity that you're going to remember forever. The State Fair idea was brilliantly conceived, Keith. I just got to tell you, I am so excited about that because you can walk every day. I mean, you'll never, in one day, you can't in all 50 states. It's impossible. So it's every day you got to go there and hit 3 or 4, the 4 or 5 of the states. And I just want to see them all. And the pride that's going to be there is unbelievable. And Keith, the Democrats are going around.
It's unbelievable.
It's just, they're saying, oh, we don't want to celebrate it. We hate America. They're idiots.
Well, you're going to see the other thing, John, is that from 10 in the morning till 8 at night during the weekdays, on weekends until 10, there's nonstop programming. So there is going to be a series of singers, musicians, speakers, shows, entertainment. I mean, it's going to be amazing. We're even having a rodeo one of the days. And then we'll also, in addition to the state pavilions, we have different pavilions set up for innovation, for culture, for history, everything. This is all Americana, man. This is patriotism on steroids.
It's really going to be a fun event. I encourage everyone to come to DC. If you can find a couple days, you can get a couple days off. You can come for a weekend. And,
it's worth it. By the way, here's the other thing we have going on and it's already started. Also on the National Mall, we have the FIFA Fan Fest for the World Cup. So we've got a giant jumbo screen. We've got places for people to, grab a cold beer. It's a great loungy area. We even have a place for the little kids to be playing soccer. Yesterday I was down there doing a few interviews, and I saw a lot of people from different countries, and their little kids were playing soccer. It was like the mini future World Cup. So come on down. It's just going to be super, and that's going to also go through all the state fair. And then on July 4th, of course, and this is a promise to you, John, I promise it'll be the greatest fireworks show you've ever seen. The biggest, the best, unreal. You're going to have to trust me on that. You'll never have seen anything like that.
We trust you 100%. We know it's going to be fun. And and look, again, anybody that's out there, come to DC, come to our city. It's beautiful. It's safe. You can walk the streets. You can go to dinner. You can ride the metro. And if you say, well, John, I can't find a hotel there. They're too expensive. Look, just look at the Metro line, right? You can stay in Virginia. You can stay in Maryland. There's a bunch of hotels there. I went to an event last night I had to moderate a debate in Ashburn, right? In Loudoun County. And they're like, well, is it, you have to drive there, but give yourself about an hour. It's at 6 o'clock. So I don't drive anywhere. I can't remember the last time I was behind a wheel. I took the Metro to Ashburn, right from 2 blocks from my house, bing, Ashburn. Took the Uber to the event, came back out. Somebody dropped me off, back on the train, I'm home. So look along the Metro, right? If you check hotels, they're too expensive.
Absolutely.
Look along the Metro. Green Line goes into Maryland. You can stay there. Even the furthest out, the hotel prices are going to go down. And then you just hop on the Metro. It's completely safe. It's very inexpensive. No crime on it. Beautifully clean, spick and span. and then you can get in the city, go
Yep.
anywhere you want. If you come here, take the hour, download the Metro app, learn the Metro, you can get anywhere in a matter of minutes, and it's clean and it's safe, Keith.
It is, yes. I mean, you don't want to sit back at the end of the summer and go, coulda, woulda, shoulda. You don't want to miss this because everybody's going to be talking about it. Everybody's going to be there. It will be bring your kids, bring your grandkids. This is a once-in-a-generation event.
It's going to be so much fun. Keith, thanks for being with us. Freedom 250, baby. Let's roll.
Thank you.
Thank you for being with us. Quick word from our sponsors, and I'll be right back.
All right. Thanks, John.
Thank you, Keith.
Carmichael, CEO of Salty.
All
We
how
got a wonderful email
you
from one
doing,
of our
bud?
customers up east named Joe, and here's what he had to say. I started taking Salty almost out of desperation with little hope because I was resigned to the futility that although I was up to taking 2 statins a day, high cholesterol was something I just had to learn to live with. In fact, when I turned 60, after taking a stress cardio test, my doctor called me on a Saturday, which of course is never a good sign, and told me that I was clogged more than 95% of the people my age. I had an angioplasty and a stent procedure done at that time. Today, my stubborn triglycerides are only 1/3 of what they had been before starting taking Solti. My prescription statin dosage has shrunk from 60 milligrams to only 10 milligrams a day. My primary care doctor that I have had for many years still can't believe the results, and neither can I. Thank you, Solti, for providing such a wonderful product. And folks, I want to invite you to take care of your heart also by going to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. Use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% discount on your initial shipment. Thanks so much.
Ponder this. It's amazing how many of us choose to go about our daily life without recognizing others who cross our paths each day. Take, for example, your morning walk, run, or workout at the gym. As we encounter others, often we don't make eye contact, let alone smile or greet each other. Listening to music or a podcast with our earbuds is so much more preferable than having to greet others we encounter. As a result, people are becoming more and more disconnected from each other. So let's start a human connection trend. Here's an experiment for you to try. Put your phone and earbuds away for a day while in public. Try to engage others in your path with a simple smile and a kind hello. These simple gestures will become a powerful force in the world. A smile costs nothing, but can be a powerful tool to brighten the day for others. Let your smile be a light for all to see. It's a gesture of love from the Lord. I'm Susie Kelly, and I am passionately Catholic.
1775 Coffee is giving away free starter kits. Try the dark or medium roast coffee with longevity blend, an infused blend with anti-aging calcium alpha-ketoglutarate, which has been clinically proven to reduce biological age. When you purchase the first 2 bags, you'll receive a free 1775 starter kit, including a third 16-ounce bag of coffee, a matte black tumbler, a frother, a gold scoop, or a reusable K-cup filter. Just order now at 1775coffee.com/Godzilla and claim your free 1775 starter kit while supplies last.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendment, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
Folks, this is Crime Carmichael, CEO of Solti. I have recently turned 77 years old. I do not take prescription drugs. I have not had to take prescription drugs, and I attribute a lot of my good health to a product that I've been taking which is the active ingredient in Soul Tea. It's a 22% concentration of theaflavin. We did clinical trials on it 25 years ago and found that it helped lower cholesterol. We have had many, many hundreds of letters and emails from customers telling us how it has helped them not only manage their cholesterol, but lower their triglycerides and help them on their blood pressure. And I can't tell you how much I attribute to Soul Tea for my good health at age 77. And I encourage you to go to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. And use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% off on your initial shipment of Soul Tea. And I promise you it will be a great help for your heart health. Thanks so much.
He's the voice of Virginia.
No, you can't. You have one of the worst voices I've ever heard in my life.
And the commander of common sense.
Fire at will, Commander.
Now back to the John Fredericks Show.
Yeah, you got him. John Fredericks back here. I tell you what, this Iranian deal, all the criticism it's getting, it is a great deal that the president made. Absolutely brilliant. And the oil is going to be flowing. And if you don't think it is, the prices are going to go down. Think again. Let's get to clip 4 here. Take a listen.
And does that happen quickly? Obviously getting these ships that have been stuck in the Strait of Hormuz out takes time.
It does.
We saw the operation that the president talked about of getting some of that out, and which stabilized the market on oil.
Mm-hmm.
Is this going to happen quickly?
I think it does happen quickly. I think you're going to get a flood of oil to the market on the front end, right? And so you've got Iranian barrels that are sitting in tankers that could move, almost right away. So if they lift the blockade and they get going. And so the market's going to see it faster than it comes. So you're going to see that market really get hit. Having said that, once you get that initial surge, that's where you might have a problem, right? Because you have to rebuild inventories, you have to rebuild infrastructure, and then prices may start creeping back up again. But that's not necessarily a bad thing because you're building into a more stable market.
As you look at the latest inflation data, it has been something that is a political.
I mean, stop, okay? The people that are telling us oil is not going to go down, it's going to take a month, it's going to take 6 months. I mean, this is all nonsense. I mean, Jimmy Starr just texted me in Terre Haute, Indiana, filled up his car 309. 309. Remember, it was like $5 and everybody was freaking out a month ago? $3. I mean, the oil is flowing. I don't care what kind of crude or what they have to refine it. It defies logic to think these prices are going to remain high. They are coming down, and I'm telling you, like I did a month ago. Remember I told everybody, just breathe. Just take a breath. Breathe. You breathe, you got a deal done, oil is flowing, life is good, prices are going to come down, gas is going to be $2.50 by the time we get to early voting. This is what is going to happen, and the Democrats have absolutely nothing to run on, which is why we are going to win the midterms, like I've been telling you for 6 months. They're done. Stay with us. John Fredericks Media Network. Dan's taking the next segment over. DC Dispatch, 9 o'clock. All right.
Ponder this. Most people want to have a good day every day. In order to do this, we must start our day with gratitude and keep an attitude of gratitude throughout the day. I offer you my recipe for having a great day and a joyful life. First, start each day being grateful that the Lord has given you another day to serve Him. Roll yourself out of bed, get on your knees, and say a morning prayer of thanksgiving. Ask the Lord to help you throughout the day to do whatever His will is for you. Next, thank God for the little things that make your day better. I thank Him immensely for my morning coffee and for my legs that allow me to take a morning walk. I pray for those who cannot walk because of age, injury, or disability. Throughout the rest of the day, I am grateful for the people God has placed in my life. I thank Him for those who love me, and I pray especially for those who do not love me. Find ways in your day to thank God continually and offer prayers for all those the good Lord has placed in your daily path. I'm Susie Kelly, and I am passionately Catholic.
1775 Coffee is giving away free starter kits. Try the dark or medium roast coffee with longevity blend, an infused blend with anti-aging supplements clinically proven to reduce biological age. When you purchase the first 2 bags, you'll receive a free 1775 starter kit, including a third 16-ounce bag of coffee, a matte black tumbler, a frother, a gold scoop, or a reusable K-cup filter. Just order now at 1775coffee.com/Godzilla and claim your free 1775 starter kit while supplies last.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
This is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Solti. We got a wonderful email from one of our customers up east named Joe, and here's what he had to say. I started taking Solti almost out of desperation with little hope because I was resigned to the futility that although I was up to taking 2 statins a day, high cholesterol was something I just had to learn to live with. In fact, when I turned 60, after taking a stress cardio test, my doctor called me on a Saturday, which of course is never a good sign, and told me that I was clogged more than 95% of the people my age. I had an angioplasty and a stent procedure done at that time. Today, my stubborn triglycerides are only 1/3 of what they had been before starting taking Solti. My prescription statin dosage has shrunk from 60 milligrams to only 10 milligrams a day. My primary care doctor that I have had for many years still can't believe the results, and neither can I. Thank you, Solti, for providing such a wonderful product. And folks, I want to invite you to take care of your heart also by going to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. Use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% discount on your initial shipment. Thanks so much.
And they're off. This summer, the Thunder returns to Colonial Downs Racetrack. Live thoroughbred racing June 25th through September 7th. Feel the excitement. Hear the roar of the crowd. Experience Virginia's premier horse racing destination every Thursday through Sunday all summer long. Bring the whole family for Family Fun Sundays, packed with activities for all ages. Parking? Free. General admission? Free. Memories? Priceless. Make Colonial Downs Racetrack your new summer fun time tradition. Get tickets and race day info now at colonialdowns.com.
If you want to go after an athlete, one of my athletes, you go after one that doesn't do the right things. You don't downgrade him because he does everything right and may not play as well on Saturday, and you let us make that decision. That's why I don't read the newspaper, because it's garbage, and the editor that let it come out is garbage. Attacking an amateur athlete for doing everything right. And then you want to write articles about guys that don't do things right and downgrade them, the ones that do make plays. Are you kidding me? Where are we at in society today? Come after me. I'm a man. I'm 40.
He's the voice of Virginia.
No, you can't. You have one of the worst voices I've ever heard in my life.
And the commander of common sense.
Fire at will, Commander.
Now back to the John Fredericks Show.
Well, hello, everybody. This is Dan filling in for John. I guess I'm the substitute voice of Virginia under the circumstances here for the next half hour, so we'll just have to roll with it. John, I think, is getting everything set up for the DC Dispatch coming up at 9 a.m. So, again, in the meantime, you'll have to deal with me. But joining us for this half hour is a co-author of a series of books based on the character. I think Gabriel Locke is the individual's name. David Cancio. David, I sure as heck hope that I'm pronouncing that correctly. Is that accurate?
Yes, and it's okay otherwise. Trust me, I've been called much worse, so don't worry. You did all right.
Well, how did before we get to a couple other topics, I think on the slate for this morning, tell me about and tell our audience. I don't know how many people in our audience are familiar with this series of books, but what is it? What's it about? What was the motivation for starting it?
Sure. So the series is about a young attorney who leaves the state attorney's office and begins practicing civil law with his father. And really what you see is his practice take off in Miami in the 80s. So you're seeing him evolve as a human being as much as you're seeing the city evolve from this kind of like smaller, sleepy town to becoming the sprawling metropolis that it is. And a couple of our critics have actually likened it to John Grisham meets Miami Vice. So that's obviously pretty high praise.
Yeah, no kidding. Wow, I'll tell you what. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, so I have a fun small story, but I was able to give
please.
a copy of it. I was able to give a copy of this to Glenn Beck. I met him twice. He came as a special guest speaker for Peter Schweitzer, who came down to the Colony Hotel and did a book signing and talk. And then he actually came a month later. Well, long story short, I was able to give it to him the first time. And then a month later when he came back, he saw me and he walked straight up to me and he said, "Hey, where's your father? Is he coming?" And I said, yeah, he'll be on his way. And he said, "Okay, great, because I'm not leaving until I shake his hand. And by the way, I'm halfway through the book and I think it's excellent." And he said this in front of probably about 5 or 10 other people. And so I thought to myself, well, you can shoot me right now and and I wouldn't feel it. Just when you hear somebody like Glenn Beck, who's probably read everything that there is to read pretty much, for him to say that about your work is something. He didn't say that it was good. He didn't say it was all right. He said it was excellent. And I thought to myself, oh goodness, somebody shoot me now. But anyway, the point being is that the reason why we actually started this project was my dad and I were looking for a way to make up for lost time. And we decided that we were going to work on a series together. And it was supposed to be one book. Now it's 7. So it's kind of funny how all that works out. But, yeah, it's been a blast being able to catch up with my dad. I will tell you that if anyone has questions as to whether or not God exists, I can tell you that the reason why I know he exists is because my father and I sat down to do something creative and we haven't killed each other.
Well, I'm a writer, I suppose, on the side myself, and have aspired to write a book at one point, or at least I said that the easiest thing in the world is to write any book. The hardest thing in the world I think I've ever tried to do is to write a good book. Anybody, I suppose, could just string a bunch of sentences together, and it might end up being just a bunch of gibberish. Like, hey, I wrote a book. But to write a good book is one of the most incredibly challenging, mentally taxing things I can imagine. It was very difficult.
100%. Yeah. And actually, so my father and I, from the success of our first book and our second book, we actually started our own publishing house. And a lot of what we focus on is not only publishing books, but taking them from really what your initial idea is to making it the final product. So we sit down with a lot of aspiring authors and we say, okay, you've given me a tome like this, 200,000 words. There's maybe 80,000 in here that are really, really great. So let's see how we trim this down. And it's been pretty exciting so far. We've had some very, very talented writers come to us, and while they need a little bit more, let's say, refining, the base of what we're working with is incredible.
While we're talking about this,
sure.
What would be, if you had one overarching piece of advice to aspiring writers, what would you say? What would you tell someone trying to write a book?
The first thing I would tell them is that if they're very serious about writing it, that your book stops being a piece of art when you want to sell it. So what I mean by that is your ego cannot be greater than the product. The reason why my dad and I have a good first 2 books is because we made sure that our egos never got in the way of the final product. Because if not, you will kill the whole process.
Now, by that, do you mean that if you're both trying to take a stab at writing a passage, all right, it's like a captain's choice thing in golf. We're gonna pick the best shot. We're gonna whoever. All right, Dad, what you came up with was better than what I came up with. We're using it. Is that what you're kind of getting at?
part of it, but here's one. So let's say you're writing a book by yourself, right? And you don't have someone else to
Right.
play devil's advocate. You should never submit, I mean, unless you become, super prolific and you're doing this all the time, you should never submit even your third draft for final review. You should go through your book at least 5 times with 4 different groups of people that are all different creeds, all different, bases, etc., to read it. And actually, some of the people that you should always ask to read your book before you ever get to that point are people that hate to read. So with Bound, no, I'm being
no, I believe you, but that is, boy, that really is putting it up for the test, isn't it?
It is. So to make it again brief, I had a friend of mine, brilliant designer. Her name is Irene Storm. She and I used to work together when I lived in North Carolina. She loved reading fantasy, and she was a voracious reader, and she was an extremely tough critic. And I gave her a copy of the manuscript, and I said, "Look, Irene, I know you're the toughest, etc. I need you to go through this as tough as you can." She went through it and gave us comments that were so important that we actually cut the first 100 pages of what we had written because she was so spot on.
Wow.
Let me tell you, 100 pages of writing is a lot of time, especially when
yes,
you've
it
edited
is.
several times over. But we did so, and then for the next crop of people that we gave it to, we had one who said, "This is the second greatest book I've ever read." And I said, "What's the first book?" And they said, "The Alchemist." And this woman, who's an even tougher critic, said, "If you fix just a couple of these small parts at the beginning, it'll be better than The Alchemist." So that is actually the book that will come out next year. That's the third one in the series, Bound by Will. And that comes out in April 2027.
Yeah. Best book I ever read was Horton Hears a Who. I haven't done a lot of reading. But it's really good, though. I got to say, I can almost understand everything in that book. So credit to Dr. Seuss. So what are your favorite books? Do you favorite authors, favorite books?
There's so many. Make it brief. I would say that and I know I'm probably going to be shot for this, but I believe that the greatest writer of the 21st century is J.K. Rowling. Hands down. And I don't say that
she's made a lot of money, that's for sure.
It's not even the commercial aspect. It's the writing techniques that she employed. So I've never read an author that can masterfully blend humor, adventure, suspense, foreshadowing. Her foreshadowing was incredible. The maturity of the language used from book 1 to book 7 evolved as the character got older and the series got darker. I mean, just everything about it is a masterpiece. She is one to study for years. And the first 2 books are a little difficult to get through, but you have to remember that they're written for kids that are like 10, So if you're 25 trying to read it, you're going to be bored by it. But by the time you get to book 3, you're going to say, this is fantastic. So she's definitely up there. Bernard Cornwell is an exceptional writer. I don't know if you've seen The Last Kingdom on Netflix, but he actually wrote that series, along with many other books, the Richard Sharp series, etc. So he's incredible. Obviously, J.R.R. Tolkien, C.S. Lewis. C.S. Lewis's favorite work of mine is not The Chronicles of Narnia, which is probably what he's best known for, but Mere Christianity. Mere Christianity is an absolutely incredible book. And I have The Abolition of Man and a few other titles over here. G.K. Chesterton as well. One of my hopes eventually one day is to become a Catholic apologist. So a lot of reading into his works, especially Orthodoxy and The Everlasting Man. But so many. I read a lot of books in Spanish as well. Jorge Luis Borges was a huge influence on my writing style, as well as the poems of Antonio Machado. Carlos Ruiz Zafón, who wrote The Shadow of the Wind. And then, of course, I believe her first name is Dolores, but Dolores Redondo, who wrote the Bastan trilogy, is incredible. And I've read some works in French as well. It's interesting how you read from language to language and you see how different the styles are, especially based on geographic area, if they're from Britain or if they're from the United States or if they're from South America, etc. So I'd like to say that I'm somewhat well-read.
It sounds like it. Certainly have read in more languages than I have. I occasionally try to read in my second tongue of Pig Latin, but it doesn't really get very far. Was there any one book that you read and you said, okay, I gotta become a writer after having, did anything motivate you to get into writing yourself?
Yeah, I think the book that probably had the biggest influence was probably The Da Vinci Code by Dan Brown, because I remember thinking to myself, when I was done reading it, I remember thinking to myself, I hope that I can entertain audiences like he did. And when that book came out, I had already read, I think, all the way through the 5th or maybe even the 6th book of Harry Potter. And I was already super impressed with those. And when I finally read The Da Vinci Code, which I think was in 2005 or maybe even 2006, I remember just thinking to myself, the suspense in this is incredible. And I had read Angels and Demons, and I had read, a few other authors that write suspense, etc. And I thought to myself, okay, the way that he writes is super engaging. But I would say the thing that actually probably made me want to become a writer before a book was actually a movie, a brilliant movie with Sean Connery, may he rest in peace, and Rob Brown. It was called Finding Forrester. And that movie to me, it's one of the greatest movies ever written. Not only just made, but written as an actual movie.
Famous for the line that he delivers. I think it was in the trailer. "You're the man now, dog." Right?
I think that is actually one of the lines. I had almost forgotten about it, but yes.
Yeah. Sort of a loosely based J.D. Salinger parallel, right? The idea is he's a recluse, and this aspiring author finds him and seeks his tutelage to become an author.
I think so.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard the story of Fitzgerald and Hemingway?
No, tell me.
You're gonna love this. So, when Hemingway was aspiring to be a writer after he had served in the army, etc., he spent some time in Paris, and I think Midnight in Paris touches on this. But at that time, there were all of these writers and artists, etc., that were in Paris. So Hemingway ends up meeting Salinger. Or excuse me, not Salinger.
F. Scott Fitzgerald.
Fitzgerald. Excuse me.
And if he'd met Salinger, that really would have been a story. Oh my gosh, what are you doing out in public?
Exactly.
Go home.
So he meets Fitzgerald, and Fitzgerald actually says to him, after he gave him a piece to read, Fitzgerald said, Hemingway, this is absolutely fantastic, and it would be even better if you took out, he said it's pretty good, but it would be fantastic if you took out all the adjectives and adverbs. So the famous Hemingway style of sparse writing came from one conversation that he had with F. Scott Fitzgerald, and that's how Hemingway writes Hemingway.
That is really meaningful to me, because my personal hero, a film scorer named Jerry Goldsmith, who was Sean Connery's favorite film scorer, actually, just got compared to Hemingway in a recent podcast episode by Seth MacFarlane, of all people. Seth MacFarlane, a big film score fan, he was like, Jerry Goldsmith is like the Hemingway of film scores, and now I especially get the comparison based on your story. So yeah, there we go. But and then the host of the podcast, who happened to be Jonathan Frakes of Star Trek: The Next Generation fame, said, "Well, at least you didn't say he was the Faulkner of film scores. You wouldn't be able to get through a bleeping sentence." So
yeah, Faulkner was. People love Faulkner, and I read him, and I'm not saying that he wasn't talented. He was, but his style of writing. I read As I Lay Dying and Absalom. I read them both. And there's something I think about having been from the South that is probably the reason why it elevated him, because I grew up in the South. I grew up in North Carolina. But his style of writing was just not my favorite. I used to not like Hemingway for the longest time until I realized that when you read Hemingway, you have to read him twice. You can't read him just the first time. And you have to read him twice because there's so much that's in there. For example, Hills Like White Elephants. If you don't read it twice and you're not really paying attention, you're not going to understand it. And you don't get out of it enough of what you want until you've read it the second time.
If that's for me, tell him I'm busy. But
No, that's for me. So
That's pretty.
and I apologize for that.
No, that's okay.
I take care of my grandparents.
We roll with the punches. We roll with the punches on this show. It was a very free flowing, long form. We just have fun. That's all. That's what it's all about. The more real that we can get it, the better. So yeah.
Well, and just so that you and your audience know, so I take care of my grandparents. My grandfather is 90. My grandmother is 82. And so they are, they're at the stage where my grandfather has advanced enough dementia where he can't live on his own. If any
I'm
of them
sorry.
were to fall
Yeah.
over, yeah, it's not the easiest. If they were to fall over, there's no one in my family that could pick them up, etc. And my sister and I have traded throughout the years. And so my grandfather also is hard of hearing, and he's too stubborn to get hearing aids. So when that phone goes off, the whole neighborhood hears it. So I apologize.
No, it's totally okay. And I empathize. My beloved grandmother died about 3 or 4 years ago from Alzheimer's. It's not an enjoyable process. And as I said, you lose the person before you lose the person, which is the tough part. It's awful, an awful disease. I hope that scientists and researchers can find a cure as fast as possible. But my understanding, the fun part, speaking of being real, I think John is setting up for the DC Dispatch coming up at 9:00 on our show, and I've been to his studio as of yesterday, and I can see why he would need to take some time to set some things up. It's a bit of a cluster, but he said you take over the next half hour. I was like, who's on? This David Cancio guy, you know him, right? I said, candidly, John, no, I don't. But my understanding is that, and I could be wrong about this, but my understanding is you were coming on, at least in part, to talk about what happened at a recent Pride night out in San Francisco.
Yeah, and I can touch on that. So I think I understand that there's quote unquote a feeling to try to include everyone.
And if I may, let me just set the stage. This was at a baseball MLB event for the Giants, and I guess several players put some sort of counter message on their hats or their uniforms.
Yeah, so it was on the hats
versus Pride night celebration. Yeah.
Yeah. So what ended up happening was that they were forced to wear the hats, the uniform, but the hats being part of the uniform that contained the pride flag. And for anyone who has read the Old Testament in the book of Genesis, and forgive me because I don't remember exactly the verse, but when God destroyed the world according to the book of Genesis, he did so with a flood, right? Which is why we have the story of Noah's Ark and the flood. But the guarantee of the rainbow was the promise that God had that he would never destroy the world again using a flood. And so when you look at it, if the rainbow flag has been taken from meaning God's covenant to meaning something that goes against the principles and the deep sets of faith within both the Jewish religion and the Christian religion, then if you're forced to wear something like that is changing the symbolism, then you might take it as pretty offensive as a Christian. And so I think that for them to write Genesis on there is perfectly within their right, within their belief to practice, or within their right to practice their religion. And being forced to wear something that clearly goes against your religious beliefs is going to be a point for contention. And so the MLB threatened them with fines and I believe suspensions as well. And so now, actually, as of this morning, the Florida Attorney General said that he'll be calling the MLB. So we'll see. It's I think that until people turn around and say enough is enough, and they really start taking things to a higher level, an ideology that is unhealthy, in my opinion, is going to continue to be pushed on these people. And what I mean to say by that is, you can't just force people to go against their religious beliefs when, that's everybody has the right to do that. You're stepping on their First Amendment right.
What would you say if I'm playing devil's advocate here? What would you say if somebody said, "Well, you don't have a right to play in Major League Baseball. If you want to play Major League Baseball, you got to follow the rules, even if you don't like the rules." What would your response be to that?
It's very simple, right? You can't harass somebody for employment, and as soon as they're paid to play for a team, they are technically employed. And so if you have certain protections and certain rights as an employee to do certain things or to not do certain things, then that must extend to all sports where people are employed. At the end of the day, they still have health insurance. They still get paid salaries. I understand that it's done basically on a contractual basis, but still for the means of that contract, you are meant to do this. And baseball 40 years ago never had something like this. It was, hey, we're going to go out to the baseball game and that's it. I think the problem is the politicalization of our sports to push a message that is against the vast majority of what these players believe in and have as their beliefs. If they wanted to go ahead and have the logos themselves and put them on there, that's one thing. But they're being forced to wear something that the league has taken the time to say, hey, we're going to push for this. And so the players are going to respond.
Has Major League Baseball enforced this kind of policy consistently across value spectrums, maybe we could call it?
When you say consistently, you're referring in terms of specifically pushing the Pride Month change?
Well, or just if other athletes have had individual causes, shall we say, that may not have been totally within the bounds of what the MLB wanted to promote, has the MLB said, no, you can't do that, or that's not allowed to? Have they been consistent about what they've said no to?
If I were a bigger baseball fan, I'd probably be able to answer that question. Not that I don't love the the Miami Marlins, because I do. I was there for a lot of their games, but I'm not exactly a baseball enthusiast. So I don't want to mislead anyone or you by saying, oh, they have or they haven't. But I believe that if there would have been enough traction, they certainly would have. We would have heard about this earlier.
Gotcha. David Cancio is the co-author of the Gabriel Locke series. David, where can people find out more about you, more about the books?
Absolutely. So people can find us on Amazon, Barnes & Noble, pretty much anywhere where books are sold. You just simply type in Gabriel Locke or the Gabriel Locke series and you'll be able to find it. And then in terms of being able to follow us, you can follow me on Instagram at d.h.cancio or rather on Instagram. And so that actually is my father and I's joint account as writers.
Gotcha. Well, David, thanks so much for being with us this morning. We'll look forward to catching up with you again soon. Folks, John will be back after these messages in the news with the DC Dispatch. Stay tuned, everybody.
This is WJFN Goochland, Bonaire, Chester, and WJFV Portsmouth.
Breaking news this hour from Town Hall. I'm Rex Thomason. We're never going to let them have a nuclear weapon, the words of President Trump, talking about the memorandum of understanding that he and Iran's president have signed. Mr. Trump denounces as fools those who criticize the agreement. That would include Democrats as well as some Republicans. More from correspondent Andrew Stewart.
The initial agreement calls for Iran to dilute its stockpile of highly enriched uranium. The accord would also waive sanctions on that country, immediately permitting Iran to sell its oil freely. That's what U.S. officials say. Those officials read the language of the memorandum on ending the war to journalists on Wednesday.
And this is just the start. Now there will be talks aimed at reaching a permanent deal with Iran. In the meantime, President Trump says that if the Iranians do not honor terms of the agreement, bombs will fall once again. War Secretary Hegseth says it's about time for the European allies to take more responsibility for their own defense. This is Hegseth, who's currently in Brussels, advocates for a newer, fairer NATO alliance. He's calling it NATO 3.0.
NATO 3.0 is post-Cold War recognition that needs to go back to a real hardline military alliance that has real military capabilities capable of deterring right here on the continent and taking the lead for the conventional defense of Europe, which you have led on and other nations are stepping up to do.
For the first time since March, gas prices now average under $4 a gallon. AAA's national average for regular, $3.99 a gallon. That's down a couple of cents from yesterday. It's down about 50 cents from a month ago. On Wall Street, ahead of this morning's opening bell, the Dow futures 248 points higher. NASDAQ futures are up almost 500 points. More on these stories, townhall.com.
About a month ago, I told you about the amazing new documentary, The Story of Everything. In over 600 theaters for several weeks, it had tremendous success. Now you can watch it from the comfort of your own home through exclusive streaming access. For decades, we've been told we're here by accident. Life is a total fluke. But what if the actual science tells a very different story? Yes, The Story of Everything is a film that Hollywood would never greenlight, that atheists and the mainstream media would rather you didn't see, because it explores the staggering math of intelligent design. For life to exist, the probability of creation being an accident totally disappears. The evidence points to a designer and challenges evolution with hard science and undeniable logic. And now it's available to you through streaming with discounted pricing options so you can easily watch it at home or share it with friends. Giving scientific truth a platform, all you have to do is go to thestoryofeverything.film/Mike. Thestoryofeverything.film/Mike. Go to thestoryofeverything.film/Mike.
Two European neighbors who haven't always been friends are doing some fence mending.
The new defence agreement puts aside Germany and Poland's complicated past to strengthen European military cooperation at a time of heightened tension with Russia and growing uncertainty over US engagement in Europe. Germany is seeking partners as it moves to revitalise its military, the Bundeswehr, after decades of neglect, with ambitions to build the strongest conventional army on NATO's European side, an effort that could make it a central pillar of European defence in the years ahead, while Poland's importance as a logistic hub for Ukraine, alongside its growing economy and heavy defence investment, has made it a compelling partner for Germany and other core European countries. I'm Charles de Ledesma.
Keir Starmer's future as Britain's Prime Minister is on the line. A special election today in northwest England. Voters choosing a new lawmaker. Andy Burnham of the Labour Party likely to challenge Starmer for party leadership if he wins. News and analysis, townhall.com. Senator Bernie Sanders is proposing a plan to give Americans ownership stakes in the country's largest artificial intelligence companies.
Sanders' legislation would impose a one-time 50% tax on the stock of major AI companies and place those shares into a sovereign wealth fund to be overseen by an independent commission. Sanders estimates the fund would be worth roughly $7 trillion and provide annual payments to Americans. While the idea of public ownership of AI companies has been backed by President Trump and AI executives, Sanders' proposal goes far beyond that, with the public having decision-making power over the companies. Bob Agnew reporting.
Barack Obama celebrates the opening of his presidential museum in Chicago today, an invitation-only dedication ceremony. The guest list for the ceremony includes Bruce Springsteen, Stevie Wonder, along with former Presidents George W. Bush and Bill Clinton. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Hey folks, Al Green here for SatPhone. When you're on the go, you want to know you're connected. If it's a family vacation or an off-the-grid escape to a remote destination, having reliable communication helps you feel safe and secure. You can't afford to find yourself in a dead zone. That's why you need SatPhone. SatPhones are reliable, durable, and give you global coverage. If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your SatPhone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your SatPhone. Call now.
For the first time ever, we're bringing you MyPillow mattresses and mattress toppers for as low as $99.98. Remember, sleep's all about temperature and pressure points. Whatever sleep needs you have, we have the right technology for you. Like our MyPillow mattress topper, our queen size has over 10,000 individual comfort supports to help relieve your pressure points. And how about our 3-inch Hybrid Plus mattress topper? It's infused with copper and silver to help your body get the restorative sleep it needs. And our MyPillow and Case Coil mattresses, I personally helped develop these mattresses to make sure they have everything needed to give us great sleep. Plus, they're made right here in the USA, and they ship right to your front door absolutely free.
Go to mypillow.com or call 800-854-0504 and use promo code Godzilla to get MyPillow mattresses and toppers for as low as $99.98 and free shipping.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
Ponder this. We sometimes hear newly married couples discuss their future life as a family. Often this leads to discussions on the number of children they are planning to have. Typically, the number of children ranges from none to 2 or 3. Family life can be planned thanks to birth control and abortion. But the reality is that God has a birth control plan already established for those who love Him and trust in Him. We are called to live a life of chastity according to our state in life. If you are called to a married life, being open to life according to God's plan is a great gift and probably the greatest challenge in today's modern world. It starts by selecting a spouse who puts God and family first. Then, trust in God's birth control plan where parents are open to life and provide a sanctuary of faith for their family. Allow God, the author of life, to plan your family. I'm Susie Kelly and I am passionately Catholic.
All right, folks, I need you to do something right now. Go to johnfredericksradio.com and take our brand new 2028 Republican presidential straw poll. Who do you want leading the ticket? Don't let the elites decide. Make your voice heard. While you're there, weigh in on 2 huge issues: eminent domain reform and President Trump's tariff policies. Are they protecting American workers or hurting growth? This is your movement, your vote, your voice, your choice. Go to johnfredericksradio.com right now and take the poll.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's The John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who never has a failure to communicate, John Fredericks.
Hey, welcome back to the John Fredericks Media Network. Great to have you with us. It's Thursday at 9 o'clock. That means it's time for DC Dispatch. Thanks for being with us live in your nation's capital in Washington, D.C., the safest, most beautiful city in America, getting ready for Freedom 250, our big birthday party, our state fair. It's going to be a lot of fun. We got parades. We're going to go over all that today. I want to introduce our panel. I'll go right down the line and start with the one and only Maria Pickering, former council candidate at large, Zoom queen of all time. Thank you for joining us today.
Pleasure to
Maria,
be here.
as always. Terry Gilberg needs no introduction, longtime radio and TV talk show host, Salem and others, and also Comcast, right? I think you were with
Clear Channel.
Clear Channel, right? Same thing. It starts with a C. Somewhat close. The vice chair of the DC GOP and my political director of Washington, D.C. for our entire operation, Christina Goodlander. Christina, thanks for joining us here in person.
Thank you for having me, John.
Thank you very much. And also the one and only Lindsay Rowland, head of D.C. America First, the chapter that she envisioned and started, and it's off to a tremendous start. Every time I go, there's more and more people there. She has great speakers. And so we can't wait to her next event. Ann and I always love sponsoring it. We're honored to do that. So we got our esteemed panel with us. We got a lot to talk about. We got 50 minutes. So we got to start rolling right here. And I just want to start with our big victory party on Tuesday. You were all there. What a great job that Christina Goodlander did in organizing it and setting it up. And the speakers we had were fantastic. Also want to thank Lindsay for all she did there and setting it up and helping us do that. And Brandy, who's not with us, did all the decorations, which we'll talk about at the parade, and all that good stuff. And Terry there and Maria also. Just start in. What was your reaction to that? Because I got a ton of feedback. Start with Christina Goodlander. I got probably 30 to 40 texts yesterday of people telling me that it was one of the most electrifying, inspiring events they had ever had in DC.
Well, I'm glad that a good time was had by all. So we had this party at a truly special location. So it's called the City Tavern. It's in the heart of Georgetown, and the building dates from 1796. So George Washington used to go there for a drink, and we had, so the director of the club gave us an overview of the history of the building, and there were 7 presidents at the very least that we know who actually held events there. And it was just so fabulous to be celebrating America's 250th birthday in this iconic location where so many of the people who shaped our country spent time.
No doubt. And Lindsay, you made a great speech, by the way. So did Christina. You were fabulous. But what was your overall take on the energy in that room?
I mean, it was fantastic. I got great feedback yesterday. We had a great turnout. The drinks were flowing. It was electric, as you said. The food was amazing. The venue was a hit. Like, the venue couldn't have been any better. People are used to Butterworth, which is amazing, and the Capitol Hill Club. But this venue was different. It was in Georgetown. Like you said, the speakers were great. So I don't think it could have gone any better. Christina did a great job. So
Lindsay did a great job. John did a great job.
We all did a great job.
We had a great team.
We did.
We had a great team.
We did.
And Terry, we had so many people there, so many brand new people that hadn't been to an event in a while. And I got probably, I said, about 30 texts or emails yesterday, a couple phone calls of people saying that they had never been to a DC GOP like that in their life, that they felt something was changing. Change is coming.
2 things that I felt. I walked in the room and there was elbow room. You could actually move through. And that's important because if you want to meet other people, you want to get over to the bar, maybe you haven't had anything to eat yet and you're getting a little, afternoon famished or something. It was wide open space. Plus it was a beautiful, beautiful patio area. Not to mention, of course, the historic element to it. The other thing that as soon as everybody came, the energy went boom, like this. I loved that. It showed a grassroots feel among Republicans in this town that you are kicking them in the backside to get stuff done. And the first thing to get stuff done is you got to have a candidate. Although I'm very embarrassed that the Republican Party in DC does not have a mayoral candidate, but to quote you, change is coming. But nevertheless, the energy was high energy. It was fun. People were happy. They were engaged. You could move around and meet new people. I think you bowled a strike. All of the organizers, you guys bowled a strike.
It was great. And our local candidates came and they gave speeches that really fired up the crowd.
Good.
They were good.
Yeah,
it was
they were good.
I thought they were good.
Yeah.
I've been watching them ever since they became candidates. And, they're really starting to come into their own as messengers for our message that we're the party of freedom, we're the party of patriotism, and also we're the party of fun.
Miss Pickering, what did you think of the whole thing? You've been around a long, long time.
Well, I've always said that Republicans put the party in bipartisanship, and this event was just typical of that. It was really great event in a very fine historic location. A lot of people there, some of whom were relatively new to the conservative crowd, but happy to be there. So kudos to the party team for putting on a great event with a lot lot of energy.
A lot of
terrific
energy.
Location.
A lot of energy, and it was kind of electrifying. I also thought Congressman Morgan Griffith did a super job. He was really great, and I think the story he told fit, and he's a cool guy. But then Beach brought the house down. That guy, every time we have him, he gets better, right? So he's the U.S. Treasurer, senior Trump administration official, talks to the president all the time, and he really brought the house down. But that kind of energy was electrifying, and it shows that with some effort and with a message, what you can do. I mean, that was the first time I think a lot of people saw that we have a clear message. And the message is, hey, look what the president has done. Why on earth would we go back?
Right.
And until you got the balls to stand up there and say that and point it out, nothing's going to change. If you want to just play ball with the communists, basically you're going to end up, eating out of
John,
a garbage can.
you are the change agent. You were the change agent in that room.
Yes.
I'm going to paraphrase that great line from the movie. I'm mad as hell and I'm not going to take it anymore. And you should capture that message. And you did that night. Keep it going because you are mad as hell about the whole situation in DC, the party that hasn't supported you. And you are the change agent. You took, as they say with women, the stiletto heel and you pushed it through the glass ceiling. And that was very electrifying. So to your credit, I think we all should really take a look at that strategy going forward, because you got to poke the bear. You got to say what's wrong. You got to say what's right then. And you got to say what you're going to do to move it all forward. So I think you did that with aplomb. I applaud you. I think, you really were the highlight of the evening.
Thank you.
You really were.
And what people saw were a group of people up on the stage led by John who believe that we can make real change in the city and that we don't have to accept 7% as the inevitable election result.
I think it's 5.
And that we actually can fight. Yes, it could be. And that we actually can fight and that we can win and that we can make real change. And that inspired a lot of people. And that's what we got to keep it up. We got to keep our feet on the gas pedal.
That's right.
And we will.
You got to give people a reason to get involved. You got to give them a reason. And going to the Capitol Hill Club to pay $1,000 to hear a congressman with, average age 90, sorry. It's just, there's no reason to be involved.
You talk about a reason. The reason the reasons are the problems. And you lay those out beautifully. And now that change has happened, at least visually in the city of DC, in this district of DC, thank you, President Trump, at all, you can point to that contrast.
Yeah.
The before and after.
Well, that's what gives us the credibility of the. These are not empty promises or platitudes. You can see it. You can go out these doors right now.
Exactly.
Walk two blocks and you see the difference. And that, I think, is what is resonating. It was also great to be. It was great to be back on the. Much to the leadership's chagrin of the DC GOP, Patrick Mara and his henchmen, it was very interesting. They had to put me back on the advisory committee as an elected official after they kicked me out. I didn't get on the original email yesterday, but of course, Goodlander was all over that. So she emailed them back and copied me and said, "Hey, you got to send this to Fredericks. He's now an elected official, so you got to get him on the call." So they sent me the link to get in. It started at 1:00. They sent it to me at 1:02.
Oh, wow.
So I was in the middle of something else. I got on late because I had to disengage with something else. And then we went from there. But it was hilarious.
But look, we are trying to build up this party because we have a great team. We have a lot of people, even people in, the executive committee that we kind of sometimes get frustrated with. We have a lot of individual people who believe that we can raise our game and who believe that we can be more ambitious and that we can do more.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
And we're building momentum and we're building a movement.
Momentum. Yeah.
You probably turned 10 to 15 people on Tuesday night that were very reluctant to come and didn't want to be seen there. And, wanted to, being afraid of the power structure that's in place, even though they get 5% of the vote. Mm-hmm. But you got them out, Christina Goodlander, and a couple of them said, well, we have to leave for another event at 7:40. They didn't. They stayed till the last drink. So
we were having fun.
It was fun and it was inspiring.
We had electrical energy in that room. Yeah. We had so much energy in that room. And that's a credit to John. That's a credit to our whole team. And together, we really are building up the GOP here in DC.
Yeah, there's no question. And Lindsay, part of this, you inspired me. I just have to say that because when I went to your America First, DC America First events, like you put that together from scratch. And the party apparatus, Mara and Carolina Selnick, the executive director, nice enough young lady, but they thwarted you at every turn. And you were just like a bull. You just kept going forward. They wouldn't help you. They wouldn't support you. They told you not to do it. And you went forward anyway. And now that's like my favorite event of every 2 months when you put that on, because it's fun.
Well, I appreciate that, John. And it took work. I did grab a bunch of DC GOP supporters. They were my friends initially. I was the Ward 6 chair for 2 years. So I did have a great network from the DC Republican Party. So a lot of those people were the base to come to the events, and they could not have been more supportive. And then we brought in Angela Soto, who has been a good friend of mine, and he brought in a younger crowd. And then I brought in some of my veteran crowd. So, it took a while, and we're not done yet, but I think we have a great baseline. And I'm glad that you were motivated, because I'm motivated after my events. And I will say, after your event, I was incredibly motivated. So I think, and you've said to me before, that we feed off of each other's energy.
Yes.
And I think that there's something very powerful about that when you find that right mix. And I feed off of Christina's energy. And I think that we've put together a good team.
Well, we
all
also
do.
We also feed off of Goodlander's brilliance in this whole thing, because she is.
Always surround yourself around people that are smarter than you.
That's what I do.
John's brilliant, Lindsay's brilliant, Maria's brilliant, Terry's brilliant. We have a great team, and this is the point, guys. If we want to make real political change, it's about putting all of those pieces together. It's about building a team of people. It's about figuring out people's biggest strength and then putting that to use for the cause. And that's what we're doing.
Moving forward.
And moving forward.
You got to have the courage of conviction to move forward.
Which we're going to do. These people can tell us to sit down and shut up, but we're not going to sit down and shut up. We're going to stand up and we're going to do this.
Thank you. Because the way they've treated you.
Okay,
I got to say it. The way they treated you was one of the most despicable things that I've ever seen. And it really upset me. The way they've treated you as vice chair, knocking down every good idea you had just because, whatever reason they didn't like you, was incredible. And then they kicked me out of the party. And what they want to shrink the party and have us go away. If you really think about what Mara and them have done, is they cut you off of emails, they cut you off of text, they try to kick you out of the party. They don't want to grow. They want to shrink it. And so, the fact that we have moved forward, they could have kicked me out and I could have said, hey, I got better things to do with my time. But, you say poke the bear. I mean, I'm the wrong person to mess with, right? Because everything I did to them was try to help them. That's all I did was try to help. And I was respectful the whole time. All I did was try to help. And my reward for that was no good idea goes unpunished and you get kicked out of the party.
Yeah. Well, that's all any of us have done, is try to help and try to build this party.
Exactly.
And that's why we're all in this room. And that's why we're talking about these issues. Because again, we believe that we can make change in our cities. We believe that a great nation needs great cities, that a great nation needs a great capital city. And it's America's 250th birthday. We're going to make DC great. And we can do it.
And I think your events show that people are open to a conservative message. Several of the people that were there were young friends that I had met recently who were happy to be included with a group of like-minded people, conservatives. These are people who are working in our town, who are influencers. One is a teacher. People are open to a conservative message. And I share Terry's disappointment that we don't have a strong mayoral candidate with a positive conservative message about what we can do for the citizens of the district. It is clear that half a century of a corrupt one-party monopoly has not served our citizens well. And I don't care what ward you come from or what your background is, our failing public schools, the safety issues, the regulations that hinder the growth of small business are things that are common across all wards. And I think people of common sense are open to a message of a better way to do things, a common sense approach to life instead of the same old, and this appalling turn to the left, which we're seeing as a result of our yet uncounted primary votes. That Miss Janice is apparently was one of is still one of the top people getting over 50%. Now, today's Washington Times says mail-in ballots delay naming winner of DC mayoral primary. So, because of all these mail-in ballots and the incompetence of our city government, they still haven't finished counting the votes a couple of days later. It shouldn't be that difficult.
I think Maria should be mayor.
You're very kind. You're very
Well,
kind.
the party,
I
to
think
your point about mayor, when the party just kind of steps back and says, well, it's a one-party rule, it's Democrats, it's been that way, it is that way today, it'll always be that day. What a give-up message is that?
Well, and
I mean,
here's what I'm really mad about. We don't have a candidate for Ward 3. So we will get into sort of what's on the ballot this year and what's up for election. But when you're trying to flip a state or when you're trying to make change, you start with your strengths, right? You start finding those districts where maybe we can make some gains that could generate some buzz and show like actually we can make change. So Ward 3, which is where Mario lives, typically Republicans get 20 to 30% of the vote in Ward 3. So that's the kind of thing where we can expand that to 40% or even 50%. That's the one ward where it is actually quite thinkable that we could even win this cycle with the right candidate.
Well,
and we do not have a candidate.
Again, I share your frustration that we don't have a strong Ward 3 candidate for the city council. Ward 3 used to be the ward with the largest number of registered Republicans. That honor now goes to Ward 6, where you all live. But I think both of those wards are low-hanging fruit for the Republican Party. And it is disappointing that, we haven't fielded a strong candidate for Ward 3. We have a candidate in Ward 6 who I hope will do very well with a positive message. But we should have citywide strong candidates with a positive conservative message that change is possible and that the city has not been well served by 50 years of one-party rule.
Well, I'm in Ward 2. And you're the wind beneath the wings of Ward 2. Again, congratulations, because you're pushing it forward.
Can Chairman Patrick Mara just name a candidate? Does he have the power to do that? So he could name a candidate for mayor. He
can because the Republican Party
and
in
would
DC
get on the
is
ballot.
one of,
It would be the official candidate for mayor that he could just name.
Yes, the rules in DC, if you are a party that has major party status, which in DC right now there are 3 parties that have that, which are the Democrats, us, and then the Statehood Green Party, who are the far left loonies. Those 3 parties are able to just appoint candidates to the ballot if nobody makes the ballot via the primary process.
He should do that.
I think so.
Yeah.
I'm pushing for it behind the scenes.
Yeah.
But do we want to give the viewers an overview of kind of what was on the ballot and what happened?
Well, first of all, the results, because the city, the Democrats moved incredibly left. It's like they elected the Communist Party USA slate. It was incredible. Go over the results.
Indeed. So we had a lot of offices up for election on the ballot, right? So this is a midterm cycle, which means that we're electing our new mayor. And Mayor Muriel Bowser, who's been in office for 12 years, is not running for another term. So we had 7 candidates on the ballot on the Democratic primary slate. But the 2 major ones were the guy that people said was a moderate, who's Kenyon McDuffie, and then Janice Lewis George, who is an avowed Democratic socialist, right? She's endorsed by the DSA. She says she wants to dismantle capitalism, all of the other crazy stuff that the DSA does. So in the vote count right now, Janice currently has more than 50% of the vote. Right. So it looks like she will probably be the nominee for mayor. But what's even crazier and what's not necessarily headline news outside of DC is our council. Right, so the council has power of the purse and has quite a lot of power in DC. We have 13 members of the council. We have 1 for each ward. And right now, the left has a majority on the council, but the crazy socialists will have a supermajority after this election. We have, Ward 1, which is Adams Morgan, it's U Street. You might have visited there if you've been to DC. Their incumbent member who's stepping down, Brianne Nadeau, is, a left-wing kind of loony. Her replacement is a Democratic socialist, like a DSA, Aparna Raj. She's saying she wants to dismantle capitalism. She's saying America's evil, Israel's evil, that the Chinese Communist Party is somehow good. This is nuts.
Islamicists are good.
Yeah. And then we have one of the few moderates on the council, Anita Bonds, who's a longtime member, who's one of the at-large members of council, is retiring. Her replacement, who's currently leading the polls, is a guy named Dr. Oye Owoleva, who is also endorsed by the DSA, who's also far left, who also says America's fundamentally evil, capitalism's fundamentally evil. So, you have people who are, they range from being kind of sane to being a little bit slightly crazy, who are being replaced by people who are just nuts.
How did this happen?
This is where the Democratic Party is. Honestly, this is where their party is.
I think they have moved so far to the left, and then so far to the left, and then so far to the left. It's the only position that they can have, I think, John, to counter what's happening on the other side. It's hate Trump. Well, then you have to be so far to the left. Hate all Republicans. You have to be even further to the left. And trying to find their sea legs in that crazy, bizarre, nonsensical water, the muck that they live in, it's absolutely nuts. But that's what they want. And then they put the energy behind it, this passion, and they think that makes policy, that makes a party, that makes candidacy. And you know what? They're right. Look at what happened in New York. Look at what's happening in California. Look at what is happening with Janice. And they appeal to young people who are frustrated about not being able to own a home. They want health care that they can afford. And if young people are sitting at home just scrolling and picking their nose and not having a job, that message will do it for you. The government can do it for you. Free housing, free grocery stores, free health care, free babysitting. Okay. Because they haven't been able to see it. And that's millennials and that's Gen Zers. Or do we have a Gen A's now? Alpha, the new generation coming up. In some respects, I can't blame them. When a 40-year-old cannot get into the housing market throughout the United States, much less here. What do you say to that? What do you say to that? And they're still waiting for the economy. And they're waiting for inflation to come down. And then they also hear the buzzwords about socialism in college, and they go, okay, I'm in.
And they don't understand history. Maria has seen firsthand what communism can do and how it can destroy a country. A lot of us have spent time in post-communist countries. Look at Venezuela, who these DSA candidates love them, some Hugo Chavez and some Maduro and all that other nonsense in Venezuela. Venezuela is a rich country, right? They have oil. Before the socialists took power, everybody was fine in Venezuela, and now 90% of Venezuelans cannot afford food, and they are leaving the country in droves. Socialism does not work, and it is evil.
But they always hear socialism. Now remember, they've grown up post-Soviet Union, right? They don't know about
they haven't seen.
They don't know about the Soviet Union. They don't know about Venezuela. They don't know about Cuba. They don't know about North Korea. And they don't know about the Soviet Union. So they hear socialism. They don't hear Soviet Union. They don't know history. And whose fault is that?
Ours.
You bet it's ours.
We don't teach
You bet
them.
it's ours.
So what about the business community in D.C.? We have a thriving business community here. Here's what they're looking at. They're looking at a communist council that hates capitalism, hates them, doesn't want to build or make anything. They got a mayor that is to the left of Madami. She is an avowed communist. And the difference between her and Madami smiles and he's kind of nice. She's just not a very nice person. So she's very...
dispute that. I've met her. She actually is. She's got the kids say, the riz. She's got charisma.
Well, she has
I think she does.
But she's not.
But
she's
angrier.
Not,
right?
she's
angrier.
Yeah, that was probably
the
the right
passion
word.
piece.
Yeah, she's
That's
angrier.
the passion piece.
And so I don't know what the business community here is going to do. We have no mayoral candidate. We have no way to counter their message. We have no message as Republicans, except me in Ward 2. That's it. There's no message. And so I don't know what we're going to do. They're going to try to run an independent, I guess.
They might, but look, they got their clock clean. So it's not just in the
They
mayoral.
got the clock clean.
They spent hundreds of thousands of dollars in super PAC independent expenditures to boost Kenyon McDuffie in the mayoral primary. Right. They also got their clock cleaned in some of these council races. So for one of the other council seats where we had an election, they spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to boost Donnie Crawford, who had been Kenyon McDuffie's chief of staff and they got their clock cleaned, and this crazy woman, Alyssa Silverman, is now back on the council.
She is, yeah.
Who I call her a Sandersista because she says she loves Bernie Sanders. Now, the business community got her off the council in 2022, but now she's back despite their efforts, unfortunately.
So all the money they spent, and what does it say about the mailers? Like I was getting for that, even though I'm a registered Republican, obviously that was an open seat, council special,
Yes, that was a special
nonpartisan.
Nonpartisan.
I was getting 3 mailers a week for Donnie,
We were too.
and it didn't move the needle.
Yeah.
You know, and I didn't vote for her. Of course, I didn't vote for Silverman. I voted for the other guy, but I put Donnie second in my ranked choice thing. But she got killed. The other person who got crushed is my councilwoman in Ward 2,
Mine too,
who ran for the congressional non-voting seat, Brooke Pinot, who is more of a traditional liberal, but not a whack job, right? Kind of pro-business. Her ads were pro-business. She got crushed.
She did.
Nobody saw that coming. What was that about?
Yeah, she's at 20%.
She ran a good campaign.
Yeah, she ran a good campaign. She did all the right things. She raised a boatload of money. I think last I checked, like $1.5 million. Her opponent actually ran, according to the textbook, not a very good campaign. He didn't raise enough. Yeah, he didn't raise enough money. He spent his money unwisely, and yet, he's above 70% of the vote.
How did that happen?
That's the mood of the party.
She faded.
It's the mood of the party.
Faded. She's considered, though not on the council when she was on the council. She's still on the council until now. He will be, but or another council person will be. But she is perceived as the Greenwich, Connecticut, upscale, turned out white female with tons of family money, and just a generic liberal, just generic, maybe even blue dog Democrat as things are defined.
But she was pro business to a certain extent.
Well, and she's been to Mar-a-Lago, right? So the white campaign, one of their big hit pieces on her was they found a picture of her at Mar-a-Lago.
That's a good point. She doesn't hate Trump enough.
Oh my goodness.
Well, and she was trying to say this was before Trump was president, blah blah blah. But
this has been an issue with a lot of these local campaigns. They're still running ads in Maryland, and all these candidates are running against President Trump. All right, they're not saying what they're going to do for their community. It's that they're going to fight Trump and MAGA. Are you kidding? Fighting common sense, fighting the cleaning up our cities, rising stock market, economic prosperity. What is wrong with these people? And as Terry pointed out, they're ignorant of history. These are people who don't know how evil socialism and communism have been. And we should be inspired, actually, by the reactions of some of the foreign fans who've come over here for the soccer games. And they're saying, wow, America's terrific. I didn't know America was this good, because their own left-wing press has not publicized it. But people come here. I have had visitors from abroad who've come here, and they are amazed by things that we take for granted. Things like high quality appliances in our homes, our standard of living. And this was true even 50 odd years ago, the first time I went to Europe, and saw that we as poor Americans have a higher standard of living in terms of technology than upper middle class people did on the continent. And I think in many ways that is probably still true. We have economic freedom. We also have personal freedoms, and we have we are a very welcoming people. We are very friendly people. People from abroad are recognizing that. I can't believe they drank Boston out of beer. Can you believe that?
I lived in Scotland. I believe it.
But when we see our country through the eyes of foreigners, it's like seeing the world again through the eyes of children. You get to appreciate what you have, because you get that different perspective. So I think there's room for hope, but I think a positive message is what will resound with voters. And again, it's unfortunate we don't have stronger candidates for Ward 3 or the mayor's office or even the at-large positions.
We don't even have an at-large candidate.
We have a candidate.
Oh, we do?
You know what's
Yes.
interesting too
We
about
build, right?
you know what's interesting to
Yes,
me
yes.
too about all of this push to the left. Yeah, they're getting some headwind on this. They're moving ahead in New York and Los Angeles or California and apparently here. But what is that saying to the overall Democrat Party? And about the Democrat Party? It's saying that the entire Democrat Party is now off the rails. Now, think about that. To the American voter for these down ballots and what we're seeing in the midterms and maybe in 2 more years from now, is America going to accept that?
No.
Is other
I don't
places in America, are they going to accept that for the midterms? Because this is the identity that is shaping the Democratic Party. Wow.
And it's so,
wow.
it's,
I mean, we need to process
Lindsay,
that.
it's anti-business, right? So Lindsay Rowland, I mean, you're very much dialed into the business community in a lot of different ways. If you're part of the business, the vibrant business community in DC, this is vibrant, and you're now faced with a communist council that hates capitalism, a crazy mayor that just hates Trump, and they're going to fight Trump, can't make your life better, hasn't articulated one thing that's going to make my life better. All she's going to do is make it worse. And what does the business community here do?
They're scared. They're just scared. And a lot of the restaurants and the businesses that survive COVID, that are able to still keep their doors open, they're already hurting. So this is scary. Hopefully they're voting. Hopefully they're putting in their 2 cents for the business community, but it just makes everyone very nervous, and it's not good. It's not good for business.
So what are they going to do? Are they going to put up an independent or try to fund them and then let the Republicans get behind the independent and they can get our 7% or 5%? What are they going to do?
Stay tuned.
What do you think?
Stay tuned.
They're going to put up and shut up. Well, no, they're not going to put up. They're just going to shut up.
I think you have a vote blue no matter who mentality, which I don't like it. You see signs around places that say vote blue no matter who is the slogan, which is that this is an all-out war for power. And even if a candidate is highly problematic, even if, for example, the Democratic nominee for Senate in the great state of Maine, who has a Nazi tattoo, who's a wife beater, who my friend up in Maine calls him Oyster Gruppenführer, Graham Plattner. And the entire Democratic apparatus from Chuck Schumer all the way down are lined up behind him. I mean, I have to give credit. There are a few Democratic senators and members of Congress who have come out against him, and I hope more do, because it's not good for America to have a party that's this toxic, right? I mean, I would love to see Republicans control everything, but we need good people in both parties and across the ideological spectrum.
But it's
we need
all about winning. Politics isn't about policy. Politics is about winning
right now
elections.
it's about ballots and boxes and maps. It's about all it is. And they've seemed to have that figured out. So I guess we'll wait and see what the business community does. Maybe they'll put up an independent candidate, but try to give them the money and make a race out of it. But they're kind of stuck.
Well, we can only hope. The business community has a lot of power. We were talking about the stadium earlier. Economic power is power. That stadium would bring a lot of jobs, a lot of renewal to that part of town. Those are powerful messages, because a rising tide would lift all boats. And sadly, as you all have said, this is no longer, Tip O'Neill's or even Bill Clinton's Democratic Party. These people have gone off the deep
Gus
end.
Hall's party.
It's far left. I mean, communism and socialism are not business friendly, and that's contrary to our values as Americans. We believe in free enterprise. We believe in the individual freedoms, the right to the fruits of our labors, the right to life, liberty, pursuit of happiness. Pursuit of happiness means you get to keep what you've worked for. You get to flourish. You get to have successful successful businesses. And this is the basis of our prosperity.
Right now, that got replaced here by the hammer and the sickle. Basically, what's going on?
This is why we're fighting, John. Right?
Right.
And this is why we're fighting everybody. And this is why maybe she'll have her turn in power, and people will see that this is a train wreck and that this is not the direction that we should be taking for our city or for our country. And we will come back storming.
Or this is real, and then we'll get to the referendum. Or the Republicans hold the House, which I think they will. I know I'm the only one in media that believes that. Me and Terry, we're going to hold the House. I have no doubt about it. Gas prices are going to get down to $2.39. It's over. So we're going to hold the House. I can tell you, President Trump is not going to let somebody come in and dismantle what he has cleaned up here. He's not going to allow it.
That's true.
He's just not. Yeah. He can't go. I can't go to a press conference with the president. I don't care what it's on, where he doesn't bring up Washington, D.C.
That's right.
He's so proud of what he's done.
That's right.
He isn't going to sit back and let these people destroy the city. And I'm telling you what, he will, if she starts in by March, he'll, and he has a majority, he will go to them and he'll say, I want federal takeover. I'm going to get rid of home rule. And he will strong arm the naysayers in the Republican Party, and they'll vote it out. And then they're done. Then they're all gone. That's if she doesn't play ball with him, and she's not, that's what's going to happen if we have the majority.
Even short of that, he can impose what's called a control board, which we did in the 90s when DC went.
Explain what that is.
So what this was in the 90s, for those of you who follow DC politics, we had a mayor who called himself the mayor for life, who was in fact a crackhead. And I say that literally, not figuratively. He was caught smoking crack and with some ladies of a certain profession. And it's not just in his personal life. In his governance, he drove the city into the ground. Maria knows better. Maria was here during the control board or during the reign of Marion Barry. So President Bill Clinton and Congress basically said, we can't have this in our nation's capital. So they imposed a control board, a group of, I believe, was it 5 commissioners who basically took over the city.
Oversight of the
yes,
city
who
from congressional
took control of the city's finances and governance.
So then what did the mayor and council do?
Sat there.
They had no power.
Yeah, smoked some crack, did whatever it was that they do.
So our hope is that Janice will smoke some crack, and then Trump will come in.
So he doesn't. So what you're saying is, wait a minute.
So we're in.
So what Goodlander's
That's the solution.
So what Goodlander's saying is they don't have to eliminate home rule. They could just sidestep it, put in a control board, and say you can collect your salaries and have your little meetings and hope things work out. But this board is going to run the city. Is that the way it works?
That is the way it works, and that's what I support. Personally, I would not like to see us get rid of home rule. I mean, in this city, you talk to 3 Republicans, you'll get 10 different opinions about what the political status of our city should be. I believe we are a federal city. We're the nation's capital, but also just like any other Americans, we should have a bit of a say in our local government. I like home rule, but because we're the nation's capital, there needs to be oversight and we need guardrails.
And if the governance is good
yes.
in home rule.
The governance
and when it's not good, you got the frump of the Trump.
The frump of the Trump. That's good.
I love that.
I love that. That's great.
Oh my
yes.
God. It is
yes.
going to be
Well,
it is going to be quite the ride. That's all I can say. Because I mean, I'm trying to figure out like what is the young lady going to do to make anybody's life better? I mean, her entire campaign is I'm running to stop Trump and free DC. And we've been over this 100 times. Like, free it from what?
But she's also talking about housing. She's talking like here's where I think she cleaned Kenyon's clock, right? Yes. So she has a message. The Democratic Socialists of America have a message. I think it's a toxic message. I think these are terrible ideas.
It is.
But they are ideas. Whereas Kenyon McDuffie and some of these so-called moderate Democrats, the entirety of their campaign was we don't like Trump.
There's another idea that she pushes and these toxic candidates, and that's statehood for D.C., the 51st state. It's going nowhere. Yeah, but they push that.
We have to fight it. No, we are going to have to fight this over the next 10 years.
So it's a question of what do you believe? You know, they're out there throwing all kinds of platitudes out about how great statehood is.
They just want 2 more left-wing U.S.
Yes,
senators.
and that is working in this political climate. Right. It's about winning elections. What she's doing in office, should she win? Who knows?
Right.
We'll see. Like President Trump says, we will see.
So you think the business community is dead, but then they couldn't even get the stadium referendum on the ballot, right? They failed to do that. They didn't get. Is that the way they didn't get the signatures of
These were the lefties who were trying to tank the stadium.
Right.
Yeah, they were not able to make that referendum happen.
Right. So they couldn't get the signatures. So there's no referendum. So that will go forward.
Sure.
But like millions of dollars are going to be invested in that by a variety of business interests because it's a massive undertaking and it's going to be overseen by a mayor and a council that hates them. I mean, how does that even work? It's going to be crazy.
It doesn't make any sense, John. It doesn't make any sense. We love our football team. We hope that they would bring back the old name of the Redskins, which honored the bravery and the courage of Native Americans. That's why this was hardly a racial slur. It is, in fact, a compliment to these people's fighting spirit and strength. So, there are a number of us here who would love to see the Redskins come back to that stadium. There's a lot of support for our team, and that would be a great economic boon to that neighborhood and that part of town. How can anybody fight jobs, more housing, cleaning up, and enhancing that neighborhood? There, right now, you drive through there and there are acres and acres that are empty that could be houses, businesses that could bring prosperity,
And
more
that will
prosperity to
happen.
the neighborhood.
That will happen.
And that is a strong message. And, we need to go back to our elementary schools and start teaching people that capitalism is a good thing. Capitalism is responsible for the highest standard of living of people anywhere in the world. And, compare it to countries anywhere else. We've got them beat. No other country is like this.
You're seeing that with the soccer fans coming here all over
Exactly, you're seeing it with the soccer fans who appreciate what we have. Bucky's diplomacy, Walmart diplomacy.
So actually what's very cool, there's a house that's a couple of blocks from the Capitol that has a big little blow up of the Bucky's beaver that changes with each season. So right now he's patriotic Bucky's already. But look, it's just such an optimistic visual.
Well, tell us about the parade.
So Mario could talk about this. So this is one good thing. This is a great thing that the DC Republican Party is going to be doing, quarterbacked by our amazing team in Ward 3. So that Mario can tell us about the Palisades Parade because it's a cool history. It's like America's hometown parade right in our nation's capital.
It is. We've talked about this before that, people from outside the district think, it's just the Capitol and the monuments and the White House. But we have neighborhoods where people live and raise their families. And Palisades is my neighborhood. I lived there for a long time before I moved to American University Park, which is still in the same ward. The Palisades Parade has been going on for, I think, close to 50 years. Right? I forget the exact name, but 36 years ago, my daughter was about 2.5 and she was Little Miss Liberty. And all you had to do at the time was just show up. Her babysitter's mother said, oh, yeah, come on, just show up and you can be in the parade. Who knew? So, I tore up a white sheet and put it on her and got her stepfather's decrepit Mercedes convertible and made a torch out of a hairbrush with tinfoil around it. And, she was Miss Liberty and got her picture on the Metro section of the Post with her name misspelled. Now, the Post has not always been big on accuracy, but anyway, it's a down home. It's a down home parade, and we end up at the Palisades Playground where the local Lions Club put on a feast. They serve hot dogs and lemonade and watermelons, and there are moon bounces for the kids and fire engines, and everybody gets together. It's always beastly hot, but it's always a lot of fun, and it's our hometown. It's our hometown 4th of July parade, and our party has always participated in it. And last year we had several cars that were beautifully done up, and this year we're going to have a patriotic theme. We're going to have George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, Frederick Douglass, all of our heroes, Abigail Adams and John Adams, and people. Brandy, who did your party decor, is one of the.
Hey, that party decor was cool.
Yes,
that was Brandy, right?
And the parade will be cool. So
Brandy's
Brandy
working.
did our floats last year,
Brandy's
and we won
working the
best
floats.
float.
Yes,
Last year we
Brandy's
won.
Brandy's working the floats this year, so we have a great team. So if any of you are in Washington D.C. in the Palisades neighborhood, just park your car on one of the side streets, line up on MacArthur Boulevard, and it starts at noon. It only goes on for about an hour, and then we end up at the playground.
I'm going,
and it's tremendous fun.
One word: Americana. Americana.
Exactly.
Americana in the district.
That's right.
I love get more Americana.
I love what they've named it too. Freedom 250. I mean, it's just because it's
so nice.
250 years, but it's about freedom. But then I'm definitely going to the parade because then I found out last night, or 2 nights ago. So I find out that Goodlander drives around Washington, D.C., one of the toughest cities to navigate in. She drives an F-150 truck, with those big wheels that you got to climb up to get in. I'm like, you have got to be kidding. Like, I try to drive my son's little Ford Ranger around, and I'm like, I just got to park it in Richmond. Like, I can't do this, right? And she drives around this humongous truck around D.C., and I'm like, Lindsay, what the hell is it? But
it does come in
handy.
Have
you ever ridden with her?
Yes, I have. It does come in handy. Well, can I? No, I'm not going to tell that
No,
story.
we want the story.
What, when I just parked on the...
No, the one about the stop sign.
Yes, we want the story.
So first time I've ever, and she's a great driver. I'm just teasing her, but this did happen. So she's driving, and then she just ignores the stop sign, and I was just like, I guess that was, that was just if you decided to stop, you decided to stop. Yeah, and I just looked at her, and she just it wasn't even a thing. She did
that was a mistake.
The stop sign.
I support.
It was optional.
I support stopping at stop signs.
She does.
But I do like pulling U-turns. I do like pulling U-turns on busy streets and that thing.
The truck is huge, but it also it's good for her event setting up. She takes the step and repeat, to America First Club events or offers to. So
the truck is starring in the parade.
But she's adorable in this truck. I love it for her. Gets horrible gas.
I thought she was kidding me. No, there's no way. So then I asked somebody, and they're like, "Oh yeah, that's one big ass truck." I'm like, I can't even drive my son's Ranger. I had Dan to drive it to Richmond to get it out of here. I couldn't figure it out. All right, guys, that's it on time. I want to thank the DC Dispatch for being with us. I want to thank Dan Hobgood for putting this all together, driving my son's truck back to Richmond yesterday. Dan, thank you. I want to thank Ryan Hammond, our new DC TV production producer. Great job, Ryan. Let's give Ryan a big hand. Good job. And we're going to be back tomorrow. Michael Patrick Leahy coming up next. We'll have programming changes starting August 1st. I'll details those later as they become available, but you're going to like it. You're going to like it. But we're staying with DC Dispatch, of course, because this is the best. This is the most fun that I have all week. Now I'm off to the White House. They just called a press conference with J.D. Vance, and so I'm off to do that. So no breakfast for me, ladies, but you can go with a good lander, and she's picking up the tab. I just made that up. A little forward of me. But if you can drive an F-150 around D.C., you can pick up the lunch check. Michael Patrick Leahy next. I'll see you tomorrow at 6 a.m. bright and early.
Breaking news this hour from Town Hall. I'm Rich Thomason. President Trump has signed that memorandum of understanding with Iran, whose president also signed